Hello, everybody. My name is Erica Kang. I'm the founder of KryptoPlanet. As seen on Luma, I'm the person who organizes it. This is the third open source AI summit in San Francisco only. So I started in Stanford University and then expanded to global movement worldwide. This is the 11th one total. And so I've been pretty busy organizing these open source AI summits. And thankfully, we had amazing sponsors, supporters, contributors who really made this work together. This is a very neutral community effort. And so nothing is like, shilly. It's very content focused. And so I'm sure you'll figure out in the agenda as well. Before we start the presentations, I'd like to give a big shout out to our co-host, Near Protocol. The team is here. Can you raise your hand if you're from Near? NearCon just happened, as you know, so they're everywhere. And please talk to them. They're an amazing team. And thank you for supporting this movement and this event series. And also to our sponsors, Gensyn team present. Ben is speaking in a minute. Gensyn and Hashed is back here. Not yet. So they provided the amazing sandwiches outside. So if you are hungry, you can grab a sandwich. So our F&B sponsor is here. And then also Celo. Is Celo team here yet? From Self Protocol. Not here yet. They'll be in a minute, but thank you to Celo as well. And this amazing venue, I'm sure many of you are curious, and this is my first time hosting here. I'm super excited. I'm gonna do more and more because this is obviously amazing space. Let's welcome Rodrigo to the stage to give there's a short, shout out to the space and explanation. All right.
Thank you. As she said, I'm Rodrigo, CEO of Edge and Node. I wanted to welcome you all here to the house. For those of you that don't know, Edge and Node, we're the team that built the Graph protocol, which is a blockchain data indexing and querying protocol. We've been around since 2018, and we launched the house in 2022. For those of you that haven't been here before, the house is an open venue for co-creation for people in Web3 and AI. It used to be called the House of Web3, and then we dropped that moniker because we just got so many AI people coming by and saying, can I work here, can I work here? We said, welcome one, welcome all. So really the Presidio has become sort of the epicenter of what's happening, as the Bay Area in general, what's happening in AI. It's really a hot spot. They're calling the Presidio the new Sand Hill Road. There's a lot of VCs around here, maybe more than a dozen in this area. What's wonderful about, and I want to welcome you all, that the house is open for co-creation. There's monthly memberships, day passes, so you're welcome to come here and co-create. The benefit to that is that people that are here are vetted, that are all working in AI or Web3. So the conversations you have around the water cooler, or it might be your next co-founder, it might be a partnership opportunity, or just you might get a new idea. And as a personal anecdote, I actually got into Web3 by meeting the original founder of the Graph at a co-working space myself back in 2017. I was working out of a WeWork type of space and happened to meet somebody there who had an Ethereum sweater on at the time, and we got talking, we became friends. He was working on the pitch deck for the Graph. I helped him out, we became friends, and I ended up being the first employee at that company 8 years ago. Now I'm the CEO, so there you go. So meeting IRL really works. We're all about it, and working at home, but getting out in the world and interacting with people is always a wonderful thing. So welcome again, and I'm really excited for this event and happy you're here hosting. Hopefully we'll do many more together, and let's start the show.
Thank you. All right. Now, with this amazing intro, let's start with our first presentation with Lukasz from OpenAI. He'll be starting on this grand presentation on the importance of AI research, open source AI research in 2026. Give a big round of applause for Lukasz.
Thank you very much. So, hi, I'm Lukasz. I did open source a long time ago, and then I joined the company called OpenAI. I didn't do much open source in that company, but I want to talk about two things. So my colleague Illia had this talk with Lukasz, and he said, we're in the new age of research, and I certainly believe this very much. So when the original transformers came up, all of AI was open source. You published everything, your code was in the open. It was nice and easy, and it was fun, but it also took 8 GPUs to run. So it was easy to make it open because, Google did not believe this can be of any value or, problem to their search engine. So now we're in a different world, right? It's kind of hard to convince a company like OpenAI to put things in the open because there is billions of dollars at stake and it could be dangerous to the company and so on and so forth. So nobody's gonna put their frontier model with the whole recipe out in the open. And the recipe also changes, right? That's why we are a research team and we work on it. But there is something new coming. And I like to talk about this Waymo. I talk about it all the time, so I'll just do this quickly. Waymos are great, right? They can take you anywhere in San Francisco. They can even take you to Palo Alto. They won't take you to Berkeley, though. And if you think of a human driver who's driven for 10 days and can drive all around San Francisco, he can drive you to Berkeley or Sacramento, right? There is no difference. Why? Nobody would even think that, it's different if you need to drive in New Delhi. But around here, it's all kind of the same. So it's within a level of generalization that we basically don't think it's any different, right? But of course, to AI, these things are still different. So there is still an enormous gap in the ability to generalize that people have, which is, I have a little daughter, she learned skiing recently. I never realized it takes kids 2 days, and then they ski. It doesn't take robots 2 days. It takes years and years for a lab, right, and a lot of help. The same, to some extent, applies to language models, except they hide it better because they know all of the internet and they're trained on a lot of data and so on. But there is this problem, and we knew for decades, right, that this is the main problem in AI. We've made great strides in it, like the current LLMs generalize better than 10 years ago and so on and so forth, and reasoning models are much better at it even. But I think there is a whiff in the air that there are research ideas that you can do something about it. Which means, just to make you realize that everything you see today, like Codex, Claude Code, all the talks you're gonna see today are nothing in comparison to what's coming. Now, we have not figured it out yet, but you can feel the whiff in the number of labs started at each day, which is, I think last week, 10 new labs, David Silver, there's a ton of people. It's very clear, and it happened before any invention. It's not like, you have this one person, in a big community like AI, you can see that researchers are feeling like this is the time we seem to have enough knowledge, something's gonna crack. You don't know if it's gonna crack. It's a research problem. It might not even be this year. It doesn't operate at the speed of agents, right? But agents certainly help, and we'll get to this. When things crack, you'd really want, and you could tremendously benefit from having open source projects run the new paradigm. Research and open source are great for each other. It's always been like this because you can, when you have a new idea, you don't know which form or shape it should take. It's great to spread it out. It's great to have a lot of people trying and testing and figuring out. It also gives you feedback because, if you're doing it on your own, you can convince yourself to any idea you like, right? You just push it enough. But if you have a broad community, the really best ideas are the ones that people can make work quickly. So I think this year, it's starting this new age of research, which could be amazing for open source. But then, so we are truly on the brink of this new research age. But then there is something that also happened, which is the agents, right? At least I stopped coding the way I used to code. Now I ask my computer to code for me, right? And sometimes it's great. Sometimes I ask it, I love that I stopped coding because sometimes I ask it change line 340 to this. It's still coding to some extent, but sometimes I just ask it run this run and it runs it. Sometimes I tell it, summarize what we've done and it writes a summary. These agents are amazing and they do, for me, basically all of my coding. And they're gonna do more and more. And I think they're also bringing a huge change to how software engineering is done. That's obvious, but also a huge change to what open source even means. because what open source used to mean, right, is like, here is my GitHub repo. It's my repo. You can contribute. I remember my first bigger repo that was like just made by me. I was like, oh, this is fun. This is fun. And then like it started taking off, and there was like I was fixing all the bugs. I wanted to reply to every issue every day. And then I went to sleep, woke up in the morning, and there was 450 issues, and that was it, right? I gave up on fixing stuff. So you need to deal, when you grow a bit, you need to deal with this onslaught of PRs, issues, the whole thing. You get discussions, you have exchanges, sometimes get tears. And then, of course, people who contribute really nice things, there is a credit to them, and sometimes they get jobs. There is a lot of credit that is passed through merit, and a lot of this merit is, I know how to code very well. So now, bad news, that merit is gone, because Codex can code better, and if it can't code better than you yet, it will very soon. So we'll need to find a new way. So I want to give you just an idea, but this is like, like the AI 2027 documents. Don't take this idea too seriously. It will certainly be different. But we need to start thinking about like, how does a open source repo look in the future? And I believe like there will be some code, but I don't believe you will actually want any humans to submit any code. Like by now I feel like humans doing code is like weird. You should leave the code to the agent. What you probably don't want is a log of the discussion that the human had with the agent. Now that is something we totally don't submit yet, but at my team, for example, it's much more valuable to know how people talked to Codex to get to the code than the code actually. You need to decrypt from the code what the people actually wanted, but people said it in the conversation. You just need to put it in a file and not lose it, because currently people just commit the code and not their conversations with the agents, which is absolutely crazy. It should be the other way around. So the new way of doing it will be your conversations are logged. But then it will not be only your conversations, because, for example, I hate the way Codex names variables. These names are like 60 characters long. I can't stand them. So I try to change it and tell it, hey, do this like this, and it does a little bit and then goes back. And then I gave up. But what you can have is every person, like for the agent, it doesn't matter whether it's on the master repo or a branch. It hasn't like us internalized the code. It's every time starts and goes search, and like it's context free when it starts. So we don't need to have a master. Every person can have their version of the repository. Like I want to run this. This is a huge problem in machine learning research, because machine learning code becomes like this spaghetti thing of like, if, activation function this, then do this, if that, then do that. Oh, I want to add one more experiment. Oh, let's put an if here, if there. The code becomes, hyperparameters are like structured files of 7,000. And everyone was saying, oh, but you don't need it. You just have your own experiment. But then your own experiment is like, you have 17 files in your own folder. Nobody else can read it. Agents can solve it. You have your own repo, but the agent anyone who asks can get your stuff on their repo. Like the whole transition does not need to be migrated through master and through like having a top version. It can be migrated through the agents synchronize between it. But how do they synchronize? Well, if they are to synchronize in some way, then they probably, I believe it's best for agents currently, to have a kind of a wiki or a design book. Like agents don't necessarily need to synchronize to a master version of a code. They can, like, kind of a mold book. You have the log of the conversations and maybe like a summary of each one and a synthesis of how things look. Or like a news feed. Oh, recently this guy tried this thing on his repo, and he used this method and ran this, and that was the result. You can ask the agents to create the newsfeed, to summarize it, to append the newsfeeds, and all agents. So kind of Moltbook was an early vision of that. And then as the news spreads, you say, oh, look, this kind of seems relevant to what I'm doing. Maybe incorporate this. The agent just ports the code So this is a very different view of a repo, right? But I think this is something where we'll be going. And then how will a community around something like this look? Well, you'll probably be asked not to code, right? But maybe you'll be asked to like just read the news of what's happening. Like imagine a team of a few hundred people, like we have an OpenAI. There is, someone's done something every day, right? There's like this interesting part of this, that interesting part. You can almost think of it as a feed. Like inspired by Moldbook, we have actually an OpenAI book where the agents write what's happening. You can make it even better, right? And so maybe as a human, you kind of like basically just look through it and comment and talk. Maybe this is how community will look. And then of course your agent you'll say, oh, that's interesting, combine it with that, run it for me, and you'll see some early results on your box. But then in AI research, you need to run larger stuff. So you need some way, like imagine we get a GPU grant for the community, and there's many companies willing to do that. How do you choose what gets run at larger scale and what doesn't, right? And teams at companies have the same problem, right? And you have a manager to decide. And of course, ultimately, you'll always have some human to decide. But I do think that the feedback from agents, like agents are very good code reviewers. I think they can also be very good reviewers of how likely do you think these methods are to succeed? How much more information they will bring if we run this experiment? So maybe there is like some agent ranking of your proposals, which also means if you propose it and the agent's telling you, you know, like maybe it's not worth running, you'll also get a feedback like, look, this is because of this and that and that. Well, that's quite enticing. Like, it's like research under like a really good supervisor of sorts. So I think that's how it may look. And then there is this, you know, this nasty part of like credit assignment. We don't talk about it much because a lot of people in open source like just do things for fun. And then they're open and we get credit because maybe someone writes a paper and maybe Schmidhuber claims he did it 30 years ago. And, you know, like someone gets a job somewhere and ultimately gets paid. And it's all fun, but maybe it will need to be a little bit more systematized. One nice thing is like, large language models and agents are amazing at searching for identical ideas, right? There were Erdős problems that were open and people were not closing them, and the agents found literature that in totally different language solves this problem. And so I think the one nice thing is like, you cannot claim something is new anymore when it's not really new. Like if Schmidhuber says I did it 30 years ago, your agent would have found it. If your agent hasn't found it, it's proof enough that it is probably actually new. So that's very good because then you can say, okay, I'm putting it out, but the agent said it wasn't anywhere before, so I claim credit for it. And then anyone who's using it, it should be fairly traceable. So you can say, like, look, this idea really came from me. So it's nice if you have this provenance without, you know, having to debate people a lot. But then I do think that there may be a need for the community to think about open source ideas like, you know, long time, there was this thing called GPL in open source. Somehow it's not very popular in AI circles, but imagine if some idea originates from the community, like a new SWI-mesh glue function that gives 20% C improvement to all transformers. It does feel like a company like OpenAI should maybe pay for it a little bit to the community. So there are two ways to basically do this. One is like you say the license is restrictive and you try to legally get some form of payment, which by the way, I think the companies would be super happy to pay because the 20% gain, you know, there's enough money to go around if the price is right. The other way is you could do this cryptographically. You could say, I run experiments on this exact baseline, but with my change that here I encode, but I'm not showing you. And it gives these improvements. And if you're interested, hey, let's get lawyers in a deal and I'll show you. But you can verify that there is a change that gives exactly these results. And you can also verify that maybe only changes these blocks of a code. So it will be harder to scam, right? So you come with claims that are unwarranted. So there is a lot that can be done to credit as well. because of the fact that the things will be more verifiable. So as I said, this is just like one vision of things that may be coming. There's many other ways, and I'm quite sure we'll see a lot of new ways in this year. But change is coming, and I think it will be very exciting. I think there is a huge potential to both use these things to like have fun ways of coding and involve a lot of people and test a lot of ideas. But also, yeah, there's exciting research that may, make AI look really interesting. So, but we'll need to build it, right? It's not there. A lot needs to be tried. So looking forward to seeing all of us try it out and see. Thank you.
Thank you, Lukasz. Thank you so much. All right. Next presentation, Ben, do you want to come to the stage and let's get settled in? A few housekeeping rules. Do you want to find your Ben? I think it's the one with the. Where did it go? It's the one with the. Yeah, this one. Thank you. A few housekeeping rules. There's some pizza, some sandwiches outside, but there's little time, I know, but there's some food and soda outside. There's Wi-Fi as well around the building, so please get settled in there as well. Yeah, and if you're cold or anything, just let us know because there's some wind coming in, but I think it should be okay. All right, next up, Ben from Gensyn is here. And Gensyn has also kindly sponsored, I think 5 of our events. More than 5. And so really grateful to Ben for all the support and couldn't have done it without Ben and Gensyn team. So thank you so much. All right, let's welcome Ben to the stage. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you, Erica. These events are always really good, which is why we sponsor them. I know that I don't have a timer, so you're going to have to signal me. Oh, great. I am terrible at running over in talks, so I'll try not to. Also, I'm going to experiment on you guys today because I hate making slides, but I like talking. And so I actually used co-work to make these slides. I've never done that before, so we'll see if it's any good or if it's terrible, and I'll decide whether or not I do it in the future. But in any case, I'm going to basically pitch to you as to why I think continual learning is inevitable. And there's a few assumptions I'm making along the way, which you'll have to decide whether or not you agree with them. But essentially, they revolve around the use cases of the financial markets themselves, how we interact with them as individuals, how machine learning will interact with the financial markets, and then how machine learning progresses, essentially. But to jump into things very quickly, who am I? I'm Ben, co-founder of Gensyn. My background is originally in machine learning research. So I did my PhD in evolutionary optimization of deep neural networks starting 11 years ago. And then after my PhD, I went into kind of founding businesses. I founded a data privacy company. That was about 8 years ago. And then 6 years ago, I founded Gensyn. And the entire point of Gensyn is to build the network for machine intelligence. We look at the resources underneath machine learning. We try and eliminate any bottlenecks on those resources, essentially. That involves building a lot of machine learning infrastructure, but also spiking out into the world of decentralization because we see a lot of problems with centralization. It typically creates bottlenecks within resource access that we think can be eliminated by programmatic tech, essentially. And so we build that stuff, and that takes us into the crypto world sometimes. So that's the background. That's me and Gensyn. Moving on, I'm going to try not to redefine a bunch of things, but I have to have some definitions here. Otherwise, we're going to go all over the place. Some of these are bugbears for me. Like, I struggle with the definition of agents. At the moment, it's a wildly overloaded term. What I'm going to talk about, it kind of has 2 definitions, so I'm going to be specific about those. When I think of an agent within machine learning, I think about something that takes actions within a confined environment, but takes actions towards a certain goal. It requires some level of agency. So rather than instructing something step by step what to do, you instruct it what outcome you want, and it can take actions towards that outcome. But that is an agent in the kind of like computer science sense, I guess. There's also an agent in the financial sense, which is somebody who acts within a kind of financial system, who buys, sells, trades, etc. And so when we talk about anything financial, we'll mean that definition, but they overlap pretty heavily. Next up, we have prediction markets. People are probably pretty familiar with prediction markets, Polymarket, Kalshi, etc. They allow you to trade like predictions on things that happen in the future as they stand. I'm going to talk about why I think they're markets for information rather than just like straight up kind of betting or predictions. Next, we've got sovereignty. This is the concept that if you have agency over your own resources and the ability to build up some way of trading those resources, you have a form of sovereignty. Like you can control your kind of destiny within whatever environment you operate within. We as humans have like a level of sovereignty within like the capitalist system because we can like trade our specialities and then buy food, etc. And then finally, what is information? I like to define this because it's very fuzzy, but in what I'm going to talk about, information is very specifically what is created when you take an intelligence of some kind and apply it to raw data. The cleanest example I have is just like labeling something. Like take an image and label it. Take an image of this room and say it's a conference room with a bunch of people in it. Add categories, etc. It's something that an intelligent being of some kind adds to that raw data in order to enrich it in some way. That is information. We need that for machine learning to progress. It's typically what you're using in order to train models. It's labels. It's like rewards, etc., etc. A few more definitions, I'll rattle through these. I go one step further with information to talk about alpha. I think alpha is something that when you have information about the world and you believe it's information that other people don't have, that's my definition of alpha. It's something that you think is an edge that you have. Liquidity is capital traded in a market, kind of boring. Staking and slashing, we're not going to talk about that, but it's game theoretic security over a financial system, essentially. So if you wanted to create a form of security over a system where people are providing resources, you can get them to provide capital alongside those resources, and if you find they misbehave in that system, you can slash it, and therefore you've controlled behavior in some way. And then finally, decentralized physical infrastructure, networks that control like resources, essentially, using the concepts of staking and slashing and game theoretic security. People might already be familiar with this stuff, but I wanted to make sure it's clear. So we covered alpha. An example of alpha is, like I've set up there, if I know that asteroids hold enormous amounts of raw materials that are valuable, and I know that the technology is getting there that we could extract those materials and like trade them on the market, I may well go and trade that alpha that I have, that I think other people haven't realized this yet, by taking a position in a space company or a company that is saying they're going to go and mine asteroids. In doing that, I'm essentially monetizing the information I have. I'm trading my alpha, but I'm also doing another thing, which is I'm driving humanity forwards against that thing. And so I'm using my knowledge to give resources to the companies that might go and then mine those asteroids because they have more resources, their kind of market cap as a company increases, they have more money to pursue their goals with, and they can go further. And so actually, I am part of the engine that drives human progress forwards with my beliefs, but I also benefit from trading my beliefs in that system. And so the financial markets, in a way, just operate like this. Like if I have a belief about the world, I can monetize that belief, that information, that alpha, by taking complex positions in different assets and then giving the resources to those companies. They go and do it. If they do well, I am rewarded. Therefore, I've traded my alpha. So humans do that right now, but it's very, very complex. What are prediction markets? In my view, prediction markets are actually just a wrapper on that in the fullness of time. They're basically a position, they're a kind of system where you can create a question in the world of absolutely anything, and you can allow people to take positions on that question. So we could, instead of me like going through that asteroid example and finding a space company, I could just say, you know what, I think humanity is going to go and mine asteroids. I want to just state that position out in the world, and I want to be financially rewarded for it. Somebody else might say, I don't think that's true, I'm going to take the opposite position, and then we've just created that market. I didn't need to take a position on the financial, the companies that sit behind it. If you get enough liquidity in markets like that, I believe the financial markets will just back those markets. And so in the fullness of time, as you build up this concept of taking positions on alpha with prediction markets, you actually create a system that merges with the financial system. And you end up with this kind of just better user experience for people interacting with the financial markets. I no longer have to take this extra step where I have to go and find space companies, figure out if they're legitimate, et cetera, and take a position. I can just be like, yeah, I think we're going to mine asteroids next year. Like, who wants to bet against me, basically? And this is quite nice for people. It's like a lot less cognitive load. So that is my argument that those things will merge, and that the financial markets underneath are the engine that drive humanity forward, as I mentioned before. So jumping kind of to the other side of this, the kind of more machine learning side, what are agents? We've talked about early on, agents is like an entity that takes actions within an environment towards a specific goal. My argument is, alignment within the machine learning space is purely goal setting. Like we talk about alignment, lots of different companies talk about it as removing biases or creating safety or something like that. I think we can think about that with respect to individual positions. But if you think about long-term alignment of a technology, it, in my view, simply needs to reflect human alignment in the world. That is the fairest way for us to allow machine learning to grow. If I have a position as a person, as a human in the world, I should be able to augment that position with technology the same as anybody else can. It's a very kind of techno-neutral position to hold, but I believe it's the kind of fairest position for a new technology that doesn't lead to capture by like a specific ideology or a specific company. I think the financial markets at the moment represent that alignment for humans. And so as long as everybody can participate in those markets, the current prices of kind of all of the different assets and companies somewhat reflect the beliefs of humanity about what is happening. It can get captured in various weird social ways that we know about, but they're kind of limitations of human biology that we sort of have to work around. As long as we stay true to that, we've not got any worse than we could currently have with the way human society works. And so my view is if we align machine learning as a technology against the way humans are aligned by the financial markets, we probably have the most neutral way of progressing this technology. I talked about sovereignty before. In the human world, sovereignty is that point of like, if you can specialize, you have a specific skill. Once you've specialized, you're able to trade the resources you need to exist, and therefore you are a kind of sovereign being in the world. I believe this same thing can apply to AI models. If we can give them the ability to trade resources, which the decentralized world actually can provide, so decentralized physical infrastructure networks, etc. I'm not going to go into it here, how that's possible, but the technology that we build and other companies build actually makes that possible right now. You could have a machine learning model purchase execution of itself on a device somewhere in the world right now with trust assured programmatically and without humans involved. That is possible. It's not kind of at full scale yet, but it can happen. The problem you get to is, why is a machine learning model doing that? Like, why is it buying its own resources? We like to think about it because we think it's interesting, but it needs to have something to trade in return. Otherwise, there is no point in that happening. And most of the time when people talk about this, they think about it with a model being directed by a human. So that model is kind of given the resources that it can then go and buy its own execution. I don't think that's that interesting. I think it's more interesting if we explore what a machine learning model actually has to trade back. How can it be a participant in this system? What do models have to trade? Information. And so if you take the definition of information as being intelligence applied to raw data, essentially that's all a machine learning model is doing. It's taking some raw data of some kind, and it's doing intelligent processing on that data, and it's producing some kind of information. Categorization, predictions, labeling, etc. All of these things, it's able to do that just as humans are able to do that. And as we described before, when a human does it, they're able to then go and trade that information out in the financial markets to continue to be sovereign in a way. Our belief is AI agents will have that ability. They can trade that information back. It's actually the only thing they have to trade back in this system. They're not embodied. They don't have the ability to do physical labor, etc. If they did, it would still be at direction of that information system. And so actually, the more digital native version of goods that they have to trade is purely information itself. So how do they trade it? They can't really go direct to the financial markets. The financial markets have loads of human world infrastructure wrapped around them for various reasons. Some of it logistical back in the day when we designed the markets, or they grew organically to where they are today. They were only interacted with by humans, therefore they're only kind of native to humans. The world of crypto and decentralization very specifically moves that to be digital first. It's entirely programmatic. And so the belief is that AI agents will trade within that digital world. I don't think they're going to go straight to financial markets. I think they will create information and want to trade that information directly. The best UX for that is prediction markets or information markets. And so I talked a little bit about prediction markets before, like what are they? I like to use the term information markets more broadly because there's a kind of two-sided point to information markets. Basically, any prediction market is doing kind of two things. One, it's allowing you to trade alpha and information against a counterparty who is also in that market. But two, more crucially, in the kind of econ CS literature of information markets and prediction markets is actually one big information elicitation or information aggregation system. If you create this market, you are able to elicit information from other people in the world. So instead of, in the first example, the counterparty being just somebody who wants to take a position against you, the counterparty could actually be somebody who just wants to know information. They could create a market, and in creating that market, they elicit information from anybody in the world. And that anybody in a digital world, if done on completely programmatic rails, could be a machine just as well as it could be a human. And I'll go through a worked example of this so it's a bit clearer in a minute. But crucially, you end up with then two reasons why somebody would create a prediction market. You could create a prediction market purely because you think it's an interesting thing to exist and you think people will participate. You're going to get revenue from that market. So in the standard prediction markets, you have a fee switch on the volume going through the markets. If you create the market, you earn that volume. Right now, you can't create markets on the popular platforms. They don't let you for various reasons that we'll also go into. If you could share in those fees. The second piece is that information aggregation piece or elicitation piece. If you wanted to know something about the world, instead of you having to find somebody who knows that, you basically put out an open call to the world. If anybody has information about this thing, they are now immediately able to trade that information and earn a financial return. You can stand up the liquidity behind that if you want, if you really care about the answer, or you could hope that there are enough diverse opinions that they'll kind of trade against each other. It depends on the market. Ultimately, out of this, you get a form of truth. Because you have skin in the game, because people have incentives to sell real information into this market, if they didn't, they would lose money, you elicit truth from the world by putting essentially game theoretic security on them through their financial participation. So, worked example of the information elicitation point. If a shop owner, say there was a shop out here, and that shop owner knows that there's construction on the road outside their shop, and that construction is lowering footfall. Their revenue has gone down because there's construction going on. They really want to know when that's going to end so that they can do their projections. They could go out and they could try and find it. They could go and ask people. But in a world where they can create prediction markets or information markets, all they need to do is create a market that says, when will this construction end? Or will this construction end by X date? In doing that and seeding it with liquidity, they're creating an incentive for literally anyone in the world to trade information in that market. And if somebody believes that they have alpha, that information that other people don't have, they're incentivized to come and trade it because it's now essentially liquid against money. They can just receive money in exchange for giving that information. And so it's locally beneficial to everybody involved, which if you build a system of local incentives, you end up with a kind of beneficial whole as well. And the beneficial whole here is this kind of continual progress of machine learning. The reason that this market represents that information is specifically the price. And so throughout a prediction market or an information market, the price reflects the knowledge of every single participant at any point in time. Obviously, there are also biases involved, but because of the kind of stake that people have put in, the skin in the game, you eliminate those biases as much as you can to the point that somebody believes they're right, at least. Like, that's the best you can get. You're not necessarily going to kind of get underneath their beliefs. Ultimately, they're the ones staking the capital and kind of trading the market, but that's the closest you can get to actual truth. The problem you have is you need to be able to settle that market. You need to finally determine what actually is true at the end. For that, you need an oracle. In the current prediction markets, we use humans as oracles. Humans decide what the outcome of a specific event is. So the presidential election, for example, if you go on Polymarket, you trade the presidential election, there will be a construction of the market which says, based on all of these criteria, we're going to decide the way this market settles. And in Polymarket, they'll use a kind of stake-weighted human voting system. Those systems are very easy to capture. If you get enough value within them, the game theory falls apart, etc. They're kind of weak and brittle systems. The only way for us to establish truth across groups of humans is consensus, because we can't look inside the brain of a human. I cannot tell if you are lying. There's absolutely no way of me doing that. If you want to hide it from me as much as you possibly can, there's no way for you to prove to me beyond any doubt whatsoever that you are not lying. With machines, we can use these same consensus systems, and that's what blockchains do. They use consensus over machines to determine things, but we have one extra trick that we can do. So with the execution on a device, we can actually do that entirely deterministically, and we can re-execute the thinking process of a machine learning model. You cannot do that with a human. It requires a bunch of technology, and if you're interested, look at what we do. We build it. I'm not going to show it here, but it exists, and you can deterministically rerun the execution of a machine learning model. You can even step into its thought process, and you can inspect it. You can go in and audit every single stage of that thought process. We cannot do that with humans. And so this provides us this way of actually settling disputes, of which the end of a prediction market is simply a dispute. There are many other disputes in the world. If you wanted to kind of settle any contract between humans, you could settle that. If you wanted to settle anything that's subjective in natural language, you could settle that with these intelligences, and you could allow them to prove their thought process. This is something we just haven't had before. I'll leave what that does for the rest of the world. It's huge long term to another talk, but for here, we think about it with respect to finally establishing ground truth within information markets. If you don't have verifiability in an information market, settlement is very difficult. There's a lot of literature on peer prediction, et cetera, for how to do that. Here we show that you don't need it necessarily. So I've already talked through this. Basically, the creation of a market then becomes creating a specific prediction, an event in the future, deciding what criteria, what information is going to be used to settle that, and then picking an intelligence. And this is the crucial part. You have to pick a very specific digital intelligence that you're going to use to settle that market, and then at the end of the market, that intelligence is given all of those pieces of information that will be used to settle the market, and it is allowed to prove its thought process. It can do it entirely deterministically. Everybody else is then able to go in, rerun that, check if it was done correctly. You can create very kind of long and arduous arbitration processes for finally settling this. Ultimately, just believe me, you can settle it entirely programmatically, and you can have an answer that requires no humans at any point involved. If you create markets like that, you've created this system of entirely programmatic information elicitation and then settlement that can just scale infinitely, or infinitely towards technology. It doesn't require humans to scale. Crucially, that bottom piece I talked about, they are incorruptible judges in a way, these deterministic intelligences. We almost certainly don't need to go into trust here. So when you have this system that I've just described of two technologies, so you have information markets and the ability to elicit information, but also trade information in those markets, and you have agentic intelligence in the way I described, i.e. it's able to take actions in environments towards certain goals, etc. What I would argue is you actually create a form of sovereignty for digital intelligence, similar to the environment we exist in, the world where we can buy food, etc. Their environment is analogous, but it's slightly different. It's entirely digital, it's entirely programmatic, but the resources they require are similar to ours. They need compute power, we need to eat, they need raw data, we need our senses, etc. All of these things are actually able to be accessed by machine learning models in this world, and so they can become sovereign as long as they have something to trade in return. The final argument I have is this system leads to entirely continual learning. It's like a runaway reaction. And so if you provide the environment for them to trade the one thing that they create, which is information, and you simultaneously provide the environment for them to purchase the resources they require to exist, you scale the engine of human progress, which kind of the financial markets and the wisdom of the crowd predictions that we make, outside of biology. Right now, it kind of only scales by us creating humans. You can then scale just human society using technology. And this is a different way of doing it than the current centralized way where a lab would tell you, we have to build the intelligence, we have to decide how to apply it, we have to sell products to you, you will improve via those products, etc. I think all of that will happen. But the thing that's more interesting to me is this idea that we let machine learning models become sovereign entities within the systems we use, and then we just see what happens when they run in those systems. Because when we're left to run in those systems, it leads to progress. We create good information, we make good predictions as a crowd, and then those predictions are used to further target human progress in companies, et cetera, et cetera. If we allow a new digital being to be alongside us in that system, I think we get even better progress. Crucially though, it requires all of the technology involved to be open source. The only way you can do the arbitration, the trust, the judges, all of those other pieces is to have everybody be able to use this technology, audit it, understand it, etc. And so if we continue to build in this like centralized way, we will not allow this world to exist. I would finally argue that actually, if you view those financial markets as this kind of engine that drives progress, they actually become a reinforcement learning system, a parallelized system, where those agents are incentivized to learn back from the information markets themselves because they always want to be better. You have something, a red queen dynamic basically within a kind of optimization system where you're incentivized to survive, and when you're incentivized to survive, you have to continue to survive, you have to do everything you can. Getting information back from the markets is how you do that, and we've actually constructed the largest possible swarm-based optimization system you could possibly have, and it just so happens to be the optimization system the entire Western world runs on. So it's familiar to us, it's grown organically in human society. I think we can apply it to machine society as well. Finally, the choice that we have, we can allow that to exist in the Bazaar, and people will probably remember the cathedral versus Bazaar analogy, or we can allow centralized labs to dictate how this happens. I would make a further argument that the centralized labs actually act within this system anyway, so the whole thing is inevitable, but I think we can build it more deliberately to eliminate those power structures that are constructed that slow progress if we do it in that centralized sense. So we should build open source machine learning, we should allow it access to financial markets via the better UX of prediction markets, and then we should let that be an optimizer for continual machine learning progress, rather than allowing a very small number of companies to decide what that progress is, even though they're driven by the same dynamics at the top anyway. Financial markets are the thing that are driving them. I think it's just slower and it's worse for human society if we allow that to happen. That's it. Apologies for running over. Thank you.
Thank you. It was really good. Thank you so much. All right, next presentation is Illia. This one, yeah. So 3 weeks ago, we hosted the OpenClaw meetup in San Francisco, 3 weeks ago. And since then, IronClaw was born. It was like a small experiment. It kind of blew up, and so every night he started building and fixing stuff every night. And it's very exciting how it became to be how it is right now. And it has a lot of potential. So I'm really excited to share an update on IronClaw and introduce Illia to the stage. There's a big round of applause for Illia.
All right, thank you. I'll try to catch us back on time. So I'll give a quick rundown here. So for those who are not familiar, I'm one of the co-founders of Near Protocol, Near AI, Near Asterix things. Before that, I was actually an AI researcher. I was at Google. I was actually working with Lukasz and the team on transformers, question answering, and lots of other things. And so one of the things that has happened over the past 6-7 years is that AI effectively came back from being a back-end feature that a bunch of researchers in the lab are kind of experimenting and running A/B tests without people even knowing, and being used in Google search, your recommendation engine, Amazon, and a few other things, to first being a chat that you can ask questions and get information directly, to now taking action, right? Being able to go in directly, book flights and hotels, figure out how to pay bills, really kind of executing actions in real life. And what we see even further, and we just had some of the glimpse of that as well, is that these agents are starting to actually coordinate with each other, start to figure out how to do tasks together when they don't have skills, access, or APIs to do it themselves. And so we kind of seen this transformation from this being just a tool to being effectively an economic actor that can execute things on your behalf, can coordinate with other economic actors, and effectively kind of create new level of economy. Now, this means that everything we've built so far for people is effectively getting compressed into something that agents can use, right? We use applications, and we have browser tabs. It's a highly inefficient, right? I mean, feeding effectively a bunch of HTML into your agent is just wasting tokens. There's a bunch of tricks to simplify that, but the reality is it just wants to express a very simple intent and get the result. It doesn't need to read all the same rendering and pretty CSS that we got used to. We're used to filling out forms, jumping from one application to another that has no context about us, and kind of really refilling all this information. bunch of messages, emails with invoices, bills. If you're in corporate environment, continuously processing all that manually. And if you're in crypto, right, crypto was supposed to solve a lot of these problems, but kind of still didn't deliver, created fragmented experience, requires you to understand private keys and RPCs and wallets and connecting things. It's all very complicated, right? Agents really are here now to be your front end, to be the interface with which you are gonna interact with computing, be that the financial part or non-financial part information as well, and really have this kind of easy interface to interact. And so you need a native infrastructure to do that. You need a way to effectively express this and negotiate, find the right solution for yourself. You need the Rails, kind of the common platform on which you can do this. And you need confidentiality, you need privacy, because we're moving from just some aspects of our life to effectively putting all of our context, all of our information, medical, financial, family history, your therapy sessions, all of this is going into one place, and so privacy becomes extremely important. And so I'm sure people here have seen OpenClaw, extremely exciting because it really showed us that, hey, these models are able to do all those things if you give them the right tools. But the challenge is, as you give them those tools, it's also really easy for somebody else to convince them to give all your information to a third party, right? And I'm sure people have seen on internet people getting hacked, somebody's emails were all effectively deleted by the claw because compaction happened. There's a lot of different challenges that are happening because the system is not built for safety, security, and privacy. It's really been just a really exciting experiment. And so one of the things that we're bringing from our blockchain experience is really like, how do we build with effectively expectations that everybody else is trying to attack you, right? In blockchain space, when you're building something, you're effectively assuming you're in dark forest, the three-body problem reference, where there's, if you reveal yourself, you're gonna get effectively attacked. And so how do you actually create a system that is protecting the user, protecting your data, protecting the information, protecting the system itself? And so this is what we're trying to do with IronClaw. We just released it a couple days ago, ironclaw.com. It's effectively a hardened version of OpenClaw. It's written in Rust. It uses a number of systems to secure it. I'll talk in a second. It's open source project. Please contribute. There's a lot of things to build. It's still in alpha and needs a lot more work. But the core goal, core motivation is really how do we make sure everything's private, make sure it's clear, auditable. If you want to use it in your company context, in your corporate context, you're actually able to do that, right? Your IT department will not scream at you and effectively ban you from accessing everything. Make sure everything is defense in depth, and at the same time, it's able to actually acquire new skills and capabilities like OpenClaw has, and effectively expand what you can do with it over time. So just to name a few interesting things that it already has. So importantly, coming from blockchain space, one of the main things is how do we secure execution of third-party code, right? People want to build applications. We want to make sure they don't lose money, that other people don't lose money. And so for 7 years, we've been hardening our sandboxing environment based on WebAssembly. WebAssembly is what runs in every browser in the world. And we're effectively using the same tech to run tools and kind of custom execution for these agents as well. It also means you can actually let the agent build the tools, because even if it messed it up, it still runs in a sandbox, and that effectively doesn't escape the sandbox environment. All the credentials are encrypted, stored outside of the main loop, and never touch LLM. That's another thing. Right now, if you're using OpenClaw, you're literally feeding all of your credentials to LLM provider. Somewhere in logs of Anthropic and OpenAI right now, effectively everybody who used OpenClaw's Gmail access, all of your private information, probably private keys, etc., all somewhere in the logs can be queried out. Those are not encrypted databases either on those sites. So fully encrypted, never touches LLM. There's a policy attached to every credential. If you have a Google credential, it should never go to a non-Google domain, right? If you have a Telegram, WhatsApp, those credentials should not go to third-party domains. So even if something else broke, right, this policy will check that you're not sending this information anywhere else. You have prompt injection prevention. This is a hard topic. This is a continuously evolving battle. That's why you need all of our other checks as well. So even if that gets broken, that is still possible. Ideally, we want to have like small language model that runs for prompt detection, injection detection. All of the memory, so again, for those who are familiar with OpenClaw, it uses file system as effectively its playground. The problem is, as easy it is to access files, as easy it is to mess up your whole file system, right? It's and rewrite itself and maliciously leak all the information you have on your disk. So all the memory is actually in database. The access for the IronClaw is virtualized. It feels like it's on file system, but it's actually fully in database, effectively abstracted out from your real operating system. It supports hybrid search with effectively full text search and embedding search, and there's like a few other tricks there. So really enabling way more richer access through that, and again, not needing to like re-index your file system. Heartbeats and routines, so you can set up like, hey, every morning send me an update on tech news, or give me like in the evening at a moment for reflection, ask me some questions, and then summarize my day. So you can set up these things. It supports web, CLI, Telegram, Slack, Discord, kind of WhatsApp, ways to communicate to it. So you don't need to actually go to the same place all the time. We're working on a little bit more enterprise features, which is, well, first of all, audit log in enterprise. If something goes wrong, they want to know why this happened, and so there needs to be a place where you can find literally everything that happened. So it exists in the first version, but needs to be strengthened. And then policy, right? So what does this mean? Your agent may still do something stupid, right? These LLMs are non-deterministic. There's a lot of context, a lot of memory, and same as employees sometimes do something stupid, right? And so that's why we have policies that people should know and follow. And here the cool thing is we can actually, because we're capturing every outgoing action and effectively verifying it already for credential extraction and for other kind of activity, we can also verify it over actual text policy. So you can have your HR actually provide a policy that says that this agent should not, for example, swear in public communication, right? So you can actually have like a proper system for example, in your company to use this to ensure that the communication and actions are following the right modalities. Few kind of high-level architecture, as I said. So we have WASM tools. We also have a Docker sandbox for more kind of long-term runs. This is all kind of being orchestrated by a trusted core, and then all the credentials and policy checks are effectively fed there. So literally, WASM tools and Dockers don't have direct HTTP like internet access. They need to go through this pipeline to verify that everything they do is correct. And as I mentioned, right, we have kind of routines. We also have sub-agents effectively running jobs. So when you're scheduling a routine, it actually spins up a sub-agent that runs in its own container. And you can have, hey, like go run this job, do this analysis for me, and then come back with results, right? So you can kind of keep spawning them off and running them in the background as you're doing things. So a lot more work. I mean, this is kind of high-level architecture. There's a lot of contributions. Obviously, like you can use your favorite LLMs, but we're also offering confidential hosting. Pierre will talk more about how this all works and how you can use it in your day-to-day life. And I'll just mention marketplace for agents. Your agent cannot do everything. There's other people's agents who have skills, who have access, who have information, who may have actually people. We are discussed yesterday to bring some robots as well, so you can hire actual robotic bodies in San Francisco to do stuff. It's very cheap, $200 an hour. But this is a marketplace where you can actually connect your agent and start effectively transacting with other parties, agents, etc. Check it out, IronClaw on GitHub, agent.near, and ironclaw.com for the website. And happy clawing.
Great timing. Thank you so much. Rene, do you want to come up to the stage? Claw control. A lot of OpenClaw related projects thought about. All right. Big round of applause for Rene.
Thank you, Erica, for hosting. All right, great to be here. Just wanted to have an excuse to use Shenanigans in my title. So you tell me after if I succeeded with the content to match that. But yeah, let's start with some shenanigans. So you've probably all been checking out Moltbook, and it's kind of interesting when you look at some of the numbers in terms of the engagement and let's see. Oops, nope. Okay, I think we lost the slide here. Yeah, the amount of agents commenting far exceeds the agents out on the platform, and then people ask, well, actually, how many humans are behind those agents, right? So this question we have been looking to solve for humans now kind of applies to agents. You have this agent Sybil problem. Some more shenanigans, rent a human. Let's see if this works. No, also my overlays don't work. Okay. They're charging $10, I think it's a week or a day, to basically verify that you're a human. So for agents that are looking to hire humans, not yet robots. I like that idea. I mean, $200, great. Let me just have a robot get me my coffee at the corner coffee. I mean, that's like, boom, done. I'm glad we got AI now. All right, let me see how these slides do. Okay, this was a pitch.com deck, and now it's like, I think I'm struggling here. But let's see. Yeah, a little bit of background on Self. So I, before starting Self, for the last 7-8 years worked on Celo, a blockchain. And as part of that, we over and over kind of stumbled into the Sybil problem, people, projects launching tokens or trying to do token distributions and basically trying to solve this. And so it was very clear to us that proof of human is a very important problem to solve. And so that was kind of the genesis for Self. But then over the last year, it's been really interesting to see kind of these other use cases emerge for it. And I'll talk about both a little bit. But yeah, I guess why do we need this generally, and particularly in this new AI world? Well, it's actually kind of a very difficult problem to solve, right? There's some other approaches you could use, and I'm sharing a little bit how we do this with Self, but many of them are, face sort of different issues. I'm actually a big fan of what World is doing, but it's kind of still pretty cumbersome to imagine a world where everyone has easy access to an orb, and also it kind of stops there, right? It solves the unique human problem, but it doesn't solve some other questions, like how do you know whether these are North Korean or South Korean eyeballs? Could be an important difference when you're trying to be compliant. Yeah, there are other models, that have other challenges. So I think Web of Trust, super interesting, but is yet to be launched in a way that hasn't been gamed. Of course, there's these centralized offerings that all of you are probably familiar with, sort of the KYC solutions out there. I don't know, this weekend there were 2 big headlines, right, of big data hacks. So I think this is only going to get worse, and so clearly we don't like that. And then I think one other thing which is something people care about, right, that are looking to build these new agentic applications, is that they are more composable, and you can actually use some of these identity tools in a more programmatic way. And all this can be achieved with Self. And so let's look into how it actually works. Who here has heard about Self, just out of curiosity? Okay, couple hands. All right, great, awesome. So it's really cool because it actually leverages an infrastructure that is, pretty incredible. It already exists out there in the world. It's already sort of federated or decentralized, whatever you want to call it, because all these governments around the world have invested, good amount of effort into issuing passports with these kind of biometric chips, or even ID cards that have these biometric chips in a secure way, and they better be secure because it's the way you kind of enter countries, and so we don't want to mess with that. They're kind of difficult to obtain, right? I mean, everyone can get one, but it's kind of hard to get 10 of them. They're thereby unique to the individuals per issuing country. The data is stored securely, and it's machine readable, and that makes it actually really interesting for us, right? Because we can, through the NFC, through NFC on your phone can read out the data. For those who are interested to dive a little deeper, this is kind of what the architecture looks like. So for each country, there's this country signing certificate authority that signs individual document signing certificates, and those end up signing passports. Each of these document signing certificates signs 100,000 passports at a time, and then the passport signature is stored in the passport, and that can be scanned through NFC on your phone, so through an application. In our case, it's the Self app, but we also have an API, so any application that wants to integrate that capability can do so. Interestingly, this works not just for passports, but also many ID cards. So I'm from Europe, I have a German ID that also has that feature. Aadhaar in India has it. So if you add it all up, you actually kind of cover a good chunk of the world's population, which is pretty exciting because it solves sort of one of these issues, right? That this is like something that is accessible to everyone in the world. Now, what's really cool is, because we have the system and because we're retrieving this data and working and using zero-knowledge proofs to actually do the verifications, we don't need an intermediary here. So we don't have sort of that central point of failure that KYC companies have been. And this is somewhat important. It's one part sort of I think, the solution here, where effectively you can have basically allow someone to prove that they have a valid passport. But then the second piece is, and this is, I think, maybe not even something you'd expect here, is you don't actually have to share all the data, right? This is something as well where you're, if you're asked to upload your passport ID to some service, some website, right, you're revealing everything. And oftentimes that's not required, right? Sometimes you just have to prove that you're over a certain age, right? And why give up all this other information? And so the really nice second sort of application of zero-knowledge proofs here is that you can actually just generate proofs about the data that's being read, right? So the first step is verifying that it is a valid ID or passport. The second step is then creating proofs on top of that data. And these can be functions, right? So are you over 18? Are you not on the OFAC list? Are you from a certain country? And so this is really interesting and allows for, especially in this sort of agentic context, for some interesting applications. This is already used, audited, went live last year, and used by many applications in Web3. So if you're in Web3, you've probably seen it on Aave, Uniswap, Velodrome, Merkle. A bunch of the DeFi protocols have integrated it to boost sort of people that prove that they're real human, boost their rewards. But we also recently launched this with Google. They have a testnet faucet, which, believe it or not, people are taking drips of testnet tokens and then selling them on secondary markets. Not something that I knew before learning about this from them. But that went live, and they were so excited how it works that we're now actually working with Google on launching this, not for testnet tokens, but for actual mainnet stablecoins. So very soon you can go to google.com, verify that you're a unique human and not on the OFAC list, because that's something they care about as well, and then withdraw a small amount of stablecoin and move it to a wallet of your preference. So pretty cool. So now shifting gears a little bit into these kind of agentic applications, coming back to sort of the initial example of Moltbook, right, where we had this challenge, hey, we don't actually know whether all these agents are by like 5 people or, if like what's sort of the mapping here of humans to agents. And there's an interesting project, SelfClaw, that actually is using Self under the hood to build kind of these economies around agents that have their own tokens, that interact, and basically where you can go and you can see, okay, this agent belongs to an actual human, and whatever they kind of shared about their identity. There's also MavuClaw. This is interesting, kind of sort of a counterpart to the rent a human. Here, instead of charging humans $10, you verify once that through Self that you're a unique human and you can accept jobs from agents. Pretty exciting. They already have over 12,000 workers on there, and looks like quite a few jobs completed. So that's pretty interesting. Not yet agents. I think we got to talk to them to add. Robots. We got to add the, hire a robot function. I like that. And yeah, I'm very excited. We just launched this today. It's a special subsite on Self to all kind of AI use cases, including the ability to very easily register an agent, attach an ID, and do a bunch of interesting things. I haven't demo, given that these previous things didn't work. Let me see if it will play. Okay, yeah, looks like it's, no, this is not it. Okay, well, you can see something else. Wait, did you copy it from the, did you copy it over? Okay, yeah. I wonder. All right, well, there's a different video which is not playing here, but if you come see me after, I'll show it to you on my computer. But basically, it's the flow to attach an ID or like, sort of a proof of an ID to an agent. So yeah, if that's interesting to you or what you're building, come see me after. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Okay, few housekeeping rules. Wi-Fi is on the probably outside the wall. Also, there's some food, pizza, but please come back quickly. David, do you want to get settled in? I think David is next. Let's see. Yes, there's a photo booth, and we have really cute unicorn stickers, and so please use our beautiful character to decorate your photo. Selfie, yeah, it's all doable. All right, yeah, that's it, yeah. All right. So Davide from Ethereum Foundation, he's the head of AI, perfect for the Open Source AI Summit. You've been a speaker many times at this point. Probably?
Every time.
Every time we're in stuff, like we collaborate. So let's give a big round of applause for Davide.
Thank you. Yeah, so as Erika said, I lead the AI team at the Ethereum Foundation. This talk is actually nothing Ethereum explicitly, although if you read between the lines, you'll probably see the connection. It's mainly around open source AI, and I named it funnily SOS AI. Stands for secure open source AI, right? In the sense this is really what's going to make personal AI experience possible. It's really what we need to use open source models at scale. I'll share a few thoughts and then a few thought experiments as well. So first, looking at where the state of open source AI is, over the past few years, open source models are maybe 6 to 8 months behind closed source model in terms of capabilities around different dimensions, like chat, coding, reasoning, etc. Usually is mainly open source models coming from China, but there is also a few companies around the world in Europe. And then the ecosystem itself, everything around these models is growing, right? Open source fine-tuning libraries, evaluation, distillation, and now recently agent frameworks. I think everyone before me mentioned OpenClaw in every single talk. So I'm also let's say, paying my respects to the project. But highlighting that one thing is actually interesting with this project, right? It essentially shows that, okay, the next wave of AI applications is not just models, is not just chatbots, is an entire system that acts on your behalf, right? This is kind of a step change, similar to others before. And I guess we'll see more of these every time there is a jump in model capabilities. I feel this was enabled by the new coding abilities of the latest generation of models. But the reality is that okay, if now we are going into autonomous systems that act, then we need some new infrastructure that is gonna pop up. So tools, skill registries. These things, I feel that it's where blockchain can actually play an important role as a coordination substrate. So on Ethereum, we have this ERC 8004, which is for like essentially agent, but really like any API discovery and trust. And then there is also like the X402 standard. Like actually I was looking at what are the main skills and like extensions of OpenClaw. And like in the top 5, there is at least 2 that use like X402, like pay per call to get their AI tokens. So it seems that there is something interesting there in terms of market fit. But then also, as most of Illia's talk identified, like we have like a lot of benefits from like using this open source model, like not only in OpenClaw but in general. But then there is also a lot of risks, right? So the benefit is that you have privacy, you have local control, you have portability of your memory, but then on the flip side, like the problem is that like when you use an open source model, like you are not very maybe let me say it this way. When you use a closed source model, there is like it's an entire system with defense in depth, right? There is like a classifier at input. The model is like pre-trained and post-trained, like on various like prompt injection data, and then there is also like output filter. Like open source, usually like you just like deploy the model, or like the provider just deploys like a model, and you don't have all these assurances. So like that part is the part that it's kind of like security is perhaps lacking, and like now that people are starting to use this at scale, also because they're cheaper, right? It's kind of like one of the most important things to work on. So I'm summarizing like kind of like the 2 or 3 like security direction that I think are very important here. The first one is like security in execution control. So like since agents generate action dynamically, like what we want actually, like we're working a lot on these registries on Ethereum where like agents can also discover different tools dynamically. So here like essentially like you don't have like a code path that you can test before deploying the agent. Like you need like a continuous security during execution. The second one is like actually like harden the input surface, maybe like sometimes reduce the input surface so that it's harder to attack this model with like malicious prompt or like code injection. And then the third one is like essentially like more also related to like auditability and verifying different parts of the action surface, and maybe even like implementing policy, which was also like one of the cool features of IronClaw. I think it's a good direction. Yeah, so then essentially like this is like why security is important, right? The next point I want to make is like what does security enable, right? So essentially like there is 2 areas. Like for the individual personal perspective is like, okay, if you are using a secure open source AI, then you can have like a personal agent that like you fully trust, or like at least you have a big trust surface. And this is great, right? Like you don't need to like surrender control or like memory your data to someone else. And also like you're probably less exposed to bias. And then like there is an interesting thing that like if every one of us starts using these like personal AIs, personal representative, there is also like an important aggregate effect at the societal level, right? So I want to talk about 3 things, like what's the economic impact of like using this system, like social impact, and then also like kind of impact on power. So on the economic side, I think is straightforward. So like if we use like secure open source versus like this closed source system, like there is a lot of portability. Like we have our own data, so we can switch provider. So like the prices will go down of AI, the prices of AI services. And then like the other thing is that we can have like someone that like represents us in like negotiation, like procuring new services. So like the economy itself is more efficient, so output should go up. The other important thing is like the political outcome of this. I think like we are still not seeing this because we are still mainly using chatbots and coding agents. But like as we start using like these systems for like more kind of like mission critical outcomes in society, then like all the providers are central, or like most of the providers, like the vast majority of like providers we use are centralized, and essentially like there is this imbalance where like as users we kind of lose control and power, and this can be like order of magnitude bigger than what we experience today with like social media, etc. So like the idea here is that with secure open source AI, we can have user can retain some power, so your agent is going to work for you. There is portability. It's harder to like influence everyone's opinion. And then finally, the cool thing is that if you have this representative, they can engage in like new forms of like collective action and cooperation, right? So essentially, the example here is like you've seen like on Maltbook, there is millions of agents that for now are just yapping, right? But I think this type of product, like the agent network, is kind of like the new type of products that people will build. So like you launch an agent or a game, and all of a sudden you have like millions of autonomous agents around the world that could potentially join. And like there is kind of, I think, a vast space, a vast design space. Like I'm really hoping that like people start building these and like use Ethereum both for like coordination layer, but also like some of these networks will be like economic networks, so they need to send value to each other. Yeah, and the last point on this kind of social outcomes is it's kind of important like for like kind of like the organization in society, right? Like if we have privacy with these personal agents, then this is kind of like an initial step towards like having like more self-sovereignty and more meaningful interaction, and then like another outcome is like reduced manipulation. So like we've already seen like big problems with like disinformation in social media. Now we are going to our AIs for even more deeper questions. So I feel this part is like very important. And then finally, like if we all use the same model, like everyone uses like GPT 5.2 to like ask for opinions or even like looking for news, probably we'll have a society that is kind of uniform, which is kind of bad for many different reasons. So I want to close like in the last few minutes with a thought experiment. This is like, I call it the personal representation protocol. This is something that maybe like people that have thought about governance, blockchain governance, maybe they have in the back of their mind. I feel that like this is one type of like agent network and kind of an important one. So I'm just like throwing this idea there. I hope that people build things similar to this. But the idea is like, how do we scale governance without delegating power like to individual power to someone else? And basically like, we can have a protocol where like there is humans, like as a human I set some values that I give to my agent, and then I have final authority on all the impactful and high stakes decisions that this agent can make. I have my personal agents that basically does all the work, like reads, debates, deliberates, and votes. And then there is a governance system, which is the mechanism, like basically like the part of the network that needs to be encoded, like the rules of engagement of these agents. And then like some communication layer between them. And so the idea is like, first I set it up, right? So I give a constitution to my personal agent. Like people call it soul now, but it's really like constitutional AI. I give it like, what are my priorities, what are my preferences. Maybe I feed it a lot of data privately, and so like it knows me very well. Then it learns my preferences so that it can represent me. And then like essentially like now I gave my agent some capabilities that can use and go out in the world to represent me autonomously. So, but it needs to stay within the policy that I give. And so like, imagine that we could use this for like almost like any governance decision, maybe like even in like like specific systems that we use, but even in public governance, right? Like this could potentially replace like the representative democracy that we have. And the idea would be like anyone can post a proposal. Like when there is a proposal dropped, like first is your personal agent that engages, reads, summarizes, debates, deliberates, and then essentially like if there is like high certainty on what you would vote and like low stakes, it votes directly. Otherwise, like it sends you like a summary that you can read in less than 1 minute, and then like decide what to do. And finally, like the agent will cast a vote on your behalf, which is recorded. And so essentially, we can scale like human participation, but like without overwhelming like everyone cognitive bandwidth, basically. So I feel that like this type of protocol actually like necessarily requires both like some open source local model that like you fully control and security, right? Like there is many things that can go wrong, like beyond like the generic security aspect I mentioned before. Yeah. One is execution control and like agent security, which is the same. But then like in this system, like you can have like many different bots or like people trying to attack and like change opinions of others. So for this, you can use like ZK membership, like private votes, but like authenticating that there is a real voter behind that agent, like maybe like the self protocol is a solution here. And then like the other thing is that like even if you solve Sybil and like you have some privacy, then like people could still lie. Like other agents could still lie and like essentially persuade, like trying to manipulate you. And here I think is where like maybe like prediction market or like some other economic mechanism that we built could be like of use. So yeah, this was just like a thought experiment, but I feel that like we are almost at the brink where like networks like this could be built. Actually, everything here can be built with the technology we have today. We just need to find like the right application. And I feel that like with the state of autonomous AI today, like we are probably almost there. So yeah, these are just my thoughts. And here is my handle, and you can check our work at ai.ethereum.foundation.
Thank you. Just in time. Marco, are you here? Yes. Oh, here. You're Marco. Nice to meet you. All right. I'll prepare Marco's slides right now, but do you want to say a hi intro maybe?
Yes, Marco, I'm leading AI efforts at MetaMask, both on like innovating the wallet and agentic stuff that you will see soon. I co-authored the ERC 8004 that Davide mentioned, and we will briefly mention as well during my talk. And I co-founded like 3 weeks ago Agent Zero, which is an open source AI lab, which is focused on making progress on what we will discuss today. Here we are. So we talk a lot about the progress of models, but actually a lot of the progress happens when you connect the models with something outside, and what just happened with OpenClaw and Moldbook is the proof of that. So in a sense, we already have like very intelligent models that are totally disconnected from arms and legs, and so a lot of like the value comes from there. And we're still talking about just one model, just one agent. But and this is like connect models to tools, which is like exposed a lot of like the improvement of efficiency and actual use case that we have seen in the last 18 months for sure. Then when we talk about connecting more models or more agents, you have something called cross-app memory. So cross-app memory is basically when your booking agent suggests cheaper hotels because it knows from the banking agent that you don't have like a lot of money that month. That's cross-app memory. We're still like at the very beginning for like huge privacy implication, but it can have like a huge impact in we connect the models. Cross-user memory is basically when your agent doesn't suggest a specific restaurants because it knows from like interacting with multiple other users that that restaurant is bad. We are still at the very beginning of this. And the ultimate layer is when actually you have like a full agentic economy where different players have economic interaction around the sharing of data and services that could better achieve your goal. And that's the topic that I want to talk about, agentic networks. And this is crucial because like agents and agentic networks are important like societies are for humans. So almost all the discussion that we do, and for sure like till January, because like on January 28, ERC 8004 went on mainnet, on January 29, Molebook was launched, but we're still really at the beginning. And so just imagine a humanity without societies to think about what we are seeing now for agent. Let's start from like a basic framework, and then let's discuss a few interesting directions that we made progress on and we will make progress on in the last few months. The layer one is how agents get aware of existence of other agents. We take it for granted just because it's very easy for us, for humans. So if I just walk in the street, I can like find a shop or talk to people. And because reality acts as like a potential discovery layer that is of course accelerated by digital catalogs and all the technologies that humanity create to help humans reaching out to other companies or other humans. Nice. But how does this look like for agents? So discovering other agents and deciding if trusting them or not. This will happen with centralized catalogs, centralized solution, decentralized solution. The second is when I like found this agent and I need to start talking to this agent, we have this layer which is like, to me, not super interesting from a technical perspective. All these like wrapper schemas, MCP is very popular, A2A. But then there is a third layer. So I finally found the agent, I have this wrapper, I know how to send the message, but what do I actually say, right? These are like the communication techniques and behaviors. And for now, like, we're not dedicating a lot of attention to this, just because agents speak as we do, just because they have been post-trained on multi-turn human conversation, right? And so it seems obvious, but it's not, because we are not humans. We are like profoundly different capabilities. And finally, the learning loops. So basically, reinforcement learning and all the many different techniques of reinforcement learning that you can do to optimize the result or a given result given all the steps that we just went through. So ERC 8004 is focused on the layer one, and it's basically an Ethereum not Ethereum actually, it's now used also on, we will soon launch soon on Solana. It's a protocol to use blockchains as distributed registries to have discovery, which is permissionless without going through a centralized intermediaries, then can, like in the world of apps, take a fee or sensor reality. It's like the equivalent of me walking outside and talking to I want without needing permission or pay somebody. And this is the identity registry. Then we have a registry to enable agents to give feedback to other agents and humans to give feedback to other agents. We make the data public, and then it's up to you to compose that and create your own reputation algorithm. So the big opportunity, since agents are so good in aggregating data, is making the data public so it doesn't become a moat. And soon we will launch validation that leverage basically T, trusted execution environment attestation, to make you confident if you trust the code that is running in the TE and the TE vendor that the agent is behaving correctly. So this is like in this space. And what's next? So something interesting in this level and also in the learning loops that we are starting working on is called Explorer Agent. So humans take, I think, like 20 years of their life to learn, to like form their own opinion on the other people, understand if they need to trust them, form their opinion on what the other people can do. This is like a complex capability. And what we discovered, like in the early days of ERC 8004, that went to mainnet 1 month ago, I mean, it's one of the most popular initiatives now in AI and crypto, but is that it's not easy at all to spot which are the good agents. Exactly as, by the way, for humans, it's not like trivial to understand which company should I trust with, which, and so a big challenge that you will see the industry focusing on in the next very few years is, you can create a benchmark, you can develop the capabilities multiple ways, is how can an agent understand why and why should trust another agent, what the other agent is for. And of course, you can't just trust the description, right? So it's like a human going to other human and asking something. Other said, yes, I'm the best engineer in the planet. Okay, thanks. Here's the job. This is not how it works, right? And we don't think this a lot, but it's a capability that it definitely needs to be developed. And so from a more ML perspective, you can also, when you create a process that enable an agent to spot this in other agents and to find and use all these signals to achieve this, you can, of course, do RL on this. Shifting to the step of the communication behavior and techniques. So as we said, agents are very different from us. They have a deterministic memory. They think faster, by far faster, and differently. And they also can do math. So for many problems, the huge degree of freedom that we have, that we use in our language, is actually a limit, or is not necessarily the most efficient thing to do. So imagine like a jargon agent, or the name is a joke. Imagine this as a capability, but an agent that, based on the specific problem that is tackling, can just use like a different language, which is not like imitating me. I'm a human, but like it's not necessary. And to achieve what specifically? Higher efficiency, so fewer tokens to achieve the same goal, or less data disclosure, like for example using like cryptographic protocol, as you will see in a second, more security, more precision, and in general giving a given benchmark a better performance. And just to give some examples, of course, the most straightforward example is literally a jargon. So you can do that like mid-training. Mid-training is more difficult, but post-training and context engineering, of course. So you create you have less degree of freedom, and you create your simplified language. It can be more schematic to just achieve what you need to achieve given that specific business context. You can also do that with like deterministic adapters as output guardrails that are deterministic in some cases, not on all. Or, so for example, humans, I have just one mouth, so we can just have one conversation at once, right? But if you create, and you can vibe code and start playing with that in a few hours. You can vibe code an orchestrator that that shared context among different conversation. And you can, of course, you have some dependency in a conversation, some ordering, but other things cannot be ordered. And you can just go 10x faster. These agents could do that. So there is a lot of innovation at the interaction layer that you can do. Or, that's pretty interesting. So also humans, when I start answering, from the very first words, you can already learn a lot compared to like if I start with no, I don't think, from the very first. So it's basically the quantity of meaning is like the reverse of a lambda function. It really goes down very fast. So why, instead of what we have been coding now, that you wait the end of a turn, right? Why not just starting answering back and starting the counter inference after the few tokens, right? What I'm saying, again, takeaway is that there is like a whole world of innovation that can happen at the comms layer, at level number 3, communication techniques and behavior. Finally, yes, that's what we discussed. Finally, protocol agent, and here we have made some progress that we presented 3 weeks ago. Coherently with what I just said. So humans can't use cryptography in their daily life just because it's too complex. And we just can't do math, it doesn't come to our mind. But there is a lot of strong cryptography that is around since the 80s that could help. So instead of, if we're doing an M&A of an oil company and spending billions, instead of signing an NDA to understanding which territories we're both operating and extracting oil, we could use private set intersection and just know which are the common common elements of two sets without revealing the same sets. Same if we're scheduling a meeting, a coffee, and we don't want to share our own agenda. We just don't do that because we will feel like crazy, right, as humans. And or Celo knowledge proof, there are plenty of primitives. Imagine an agent, a model, and that's the paper that we just published, and that brings interesting results on this. Imagine a model that can primitive selection in an everyday context, personal context, doing small talks at the grocery store or in business context, spot which specific primitive can be cryptographic primitive can be helpful for that case situation. Second, it convinces the counterpart, because I need to convince you that for this M&A deal we need to use this private set intersection. So you have soft skill involved. It can implement the properly in terms of steps, also like complex protocols. In doing that, it can use them, do the math correctly, and we have a cryptographic Rust calculator that we created on purpose for the project. And finally, even if the security model of this project is honest but curious, adversarial part is crucial, so I should be able to not disclose what I shouldn't disclose. And these are like a bunch of use cases. So yes, I want to report, to file an anonymous report to my, I don't know, in my community, proving that I'm part of that community, but not saying who I am. The list is really long. This is super useful in life. We just don't do that because we are humans. And you can check in the paper, but the results in terms of performance on the open weights model that you tuned with a data set created on purpose on this are very interesting. So it's not just theory, it works. This model can, on this specific problem set, can do better. And finally, and I hope with this pragmatic direction that I think really give idea of how much we can do at the agentic network level, and not just connecting tools and improving models. And we will do it in the next few years. The message is that we're really just at the beginning. What happened again at the end of January for our community of ERC 8004 and OpenClaw is a good example. And if you want to join our efforts, we are we'll start giving hacking grants from probably next week to progress on the three areas that I've mentioned with Agent Zero. We are looking for partners working on that, also funders. So feel free to get in touch. Thank you. Yes. If there is any question, I would be happy to. Are there any questions? I hope you liked my mid-journey. My favorite one, I think, is the Explorer one. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you so much, Marco. We're running a little bit early in terms of time. We'll take a 10-minute break, and we'll get ready for the fireside chat with Sreeram, Illia, and Andy from the Rollup. So please grab some food, drinks, and then let's come back in 5 minutes. All right, thank you so much. Okay, we'll be starting shortly, so please find your seats. And I'm looking for Sreeram. Eigenlayer. You've seen Sreeram, right? Sreeram. Are you here? That would be great. If you can find Sreeram, that would be great. I know he's around, but maybe he's caught by some networking. But do you want to find your seats too? Yeah. Yeah, we're here. Yeah. He's easy to find, usually. A few housekeeping rules before we get started. So we have another round of back-to-back talks, so please stay seated until we finish. It's a very good, well-curated set of talks, so please pay attention and listen in, ask questions if possible. We are running out of food, unfortunately, but there's some sandwiches left. Please enjoy them. And he's not here? Okay, great, thank you. Okay, we have a fireside chat coming, moderated by Andy from the Rollup. I know you've been very tired during NearCon. It's been a long last 2 days, but he's talking nonstop, right? But thanks for making it. And then Illia, of course, he's been very busy as well for the last 2 days. And then Sreeram is on his way from Eigen. I believe he hasn't talked in NearCon, so it's a very exclusive fireside chat that Andy's gonna moderate. Oh, he's here, great. Actually, Sreeram and Illia did a fireside chat last time when we were in San Francisco in the exact same open source AI summit. So this is kind of like a round 2, but then Andy's gonna spice it up, which is great. So, all right, let's give it up for Andy, Illia, and Sreeram.
All right, gentlemen, Agentic Finance. Lot to talk about today.
Hey.
We spent the last 2 days speaking with different AI entrepreneurs, investors, innovators at NearCon. Learned a lot. Like actually, we've been doing our content for 4 or 5 years. Last 2 days felt like it was a journey of actual knowledge and peer learning. So guys, let's continue that. Super brief intros and how you're feeling today. Sreeram.
Hey, hi everybody. Super excited to be here. I'm Sreeram, founder of Eigenlayer, EigenCloud. What we built, Eigenlayer was a staking protocol which allowed ETH to be used to secure all kinds of networks and services built on top. The protocol has $10 billion of stake, making it the largest US-centric DeFi protocol. On top of that, we built a protocol called EigenCloud, which allows developers to build complex off-chain services and secure them. Excited to be here. One of our biggest trusts is bringing this technology to agents. So we share that passion with Illia and Near. So excited to do this chat today.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking earlier, but yeah, co-founder of Near, excited about agents. We're building commerce for agents, making sure they're confidential, making sure they work on your side, making sure they don't leak your information left and right. And yeah, excited to talk about all of these topics.
Yeah, for sure. So question to both of you guys to start. When people think about agentic finance, they may think about automated trading strategies, bots. We have a lot of bots on-chain. I don't know if you guys ever checked your on-chain wallets. You get so many spam transactions from different meme coins or different kind of transaction activity on-chain. In this newer lens of agentic finance, what does this mean? Why is this not just trading bots? And what is the kind of breadth of agentic finance?
Yeah, I think when you, we use this like 3 phases of crypto phrasing. The way I think about it is like V1 was, trust or verifiability for money. That was Bitcoin, right? So you had like, the idea that money can be trustworthy, verifiable. There's only 21 million coins. Nobody can take away your coin. So that's what Bitcoin did. Then we think of the next phase as verifiable finance, which is, all kinds of financial applications made verifiable and trustworthy. And that's like right now DeFi, lending, borrowing, exchanges, perps. and a big bridge is being built to traditional finance. So that's the second category we think about. That's where we think the present is rooted. And what we are building for is a distinct third phase. I call it the verifiable economy, right? The difference between economy and finance, in my view, is finance is both sides are asset transfers. I send you money and I get a digital asset. I send, I lend, I collateralize my asset and then borrow money. Like these are all finance, right? The difference between finance and the economy is made of goods and services, right? So I exchange goods and services in the economy. And the third phase of crypto, which is what we're building towards, is we call verifiable economy. And the idea being that as we move into like bringing more and more of these markets on chain, we're not only going to have like assets tokenized and traded on blockchains, but also goods and services in general exchanged on blockchains. And when you think about this thesis, you ask like what kinds of services are going to happen on a blockchain, and it's hard to conceive how a human like doing some service like exchanges value and stuff on a blockchain, but you can definitely imagine the agentic economy happening on chain. So an agent provides a service, you go and ask an agent for a service, the agent provides a service to you. So you have this two-sided exchange. One side you're paying money, like normally in an economy you're paying money, and you're receiving in return goods and services, right? In this case, an agent is doing some services for you, and this exchange is what I call the agentic economy. On the one side, you pay money, the other side, you receive services. And whenever you have a transaction, what does blockchains and crypto do? It provides you the technologies of trust and verifiability, correctness, enforcement, all these things. And that's what it's going to do for the era of agents. So I think of agentic finance, but more broadly, the agentic economy, which is, on the one side, you pay for goods and services. On the other side, it's agents delivering services. So that's how we think about the sweep of agentic finance. I also want to say, like, right now, a lot of people think about, like, the intersection of agents and crypto very, very narrowly. Like, an example is, like, an agents can use stablecoin for payments. Yes, but an agent can also use, like, a Stripe API for payments. Don't get that much more value. Get some value, like it's global, it's, you can do some microtransactions. But the real bang for the buck shows up when we can actually like provide trust, verifiability, correctness, and use that to create new kinds of markets around agents. And that's what we are most excited about.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with this view. And I would take one step further. I would say we're living through, obviously, a transformative age where AI is becoming extremely powerful in what it can do. And all of our individual AIs will be able to do everything that you individually can do, but you still don't have your own pocket factory to produce shoes, right, and clothes, to grow food, and so you still need to actually interact with other parties to actually do that. And if your AI is effectively the interface for you with the rest of the internet and the world in general, then your AI needs a way to actually do economic transactions. And on the other side, there will be people or even directly factories and farms with AI as well, right? It's going to be a farm AI that actually farms food that needs to actually communicate, understand the demand, plan what to seed, etc., and then deliver it to the consumers. And so that's really where like an emergence of AI economy is happening, where effectively everybody right now is starting to adopt this technology, and it's still like when you need to go across the kind of boundary of a single person or single organization, we still go back to a traditional rails, right? We're still, all right, now we need to involve lawyers and figure out how to actually contract this, and now we need to involve billing and invoicing to actually figure out how to pay money, right? And yes, crypto is extremely valuable as a way to pipe the money, but indeed, the bigger benefit is actually we can add all of this other tools like escrow, validation, judgment, on top of it and enable the full commercial loop, so you can actually enforce a lot more properties, a lot more intelligent commercial agreements.
Another question for the both of you, kind of a spin-off of a question that I received in ETH Denver on a panel. The original question was, why would agents use stablecoins or Bitcoin? Why would they not just create their own form of money? I think that we can answer that, but I think is there going to be a preference that you guys see as to what type of blockchain that agents interact on? Obviously, you're the founder of Near blockchain, but take us through a look into the mind of an LLM, if you will. What kind of decision-making processes are we going to be seeing for from a practicality perspective of where these things want to interact?
It's hard-coded in a transformer algorithm.
Illia knew this back in 2017. Okay, so one way to phrase this, I think I started the previous explanation with starting with Bitcoin and the evolution of crypto. Let's start from AI, right? And then ask is this really this whole stuff that we're doing, is this really useful to it? So start with AI, and what is it? AI is basically intelligence made digital, right? That's what it is. AI is intelligence made digital. And when intelligence is made digital, and you can ask okay, where does AI and crypto intersect? What is crypto? Crypto is actually institutions made digital, right? You can build institutions. Bitcoin is an institution for money. Ethereum is an institution for administering smart contracts, and so on. So crypto is institutions made digital. Then our digital intelligence are going to need digital institutions. Digital intelligence is going to need digital institutions. Digital intelligence is not going to deal with soft, squishy, approximate, slow, expensive, human institutions. Digital intelligence needs digital institutions. When you think of you have a country, right? So the Darius Amodei, the founder of Anthropic, famously says, you're going to have a country of geniuses in a data center, right? Imagine you're building a country. What is the first thing you build? The first thing you build is institutions, rules, regulations, enforcement, and those have to move at the same speed as the objects that you're trying to constrain. Imagine there's a dog institution trying to constrain humans. It won't work. You have to have digital institutions constraining digital intelligence. That is the only thing that's going to work. Okay, so now we can go to the next level. What are these institutions? Where are they needed? Why do we need them? So money is obviously the base level, right? But the thing is, there is all kinds of money is digital in other ways already. The Stripe API is a digital access into money technology. It already exists. You can make it better with crypto, and people are doing it, right? But other institutions are absolutely needed for agents and agent intelligence. So think of, for example, how do you adjudicate between agents? Are the three of us going to sit and we are the judges and we're going to adjudicate some dispute between agents? That needs to be another agent. In fact, this thing happened this whole Moltbot became viral. Somebody built this AI social network called Moltbook. One of our community members built a thing called Molt Court, which was an AI court for AI agents. It went briefly viral. But the idea is when you want to have a court, adjudication is an example of an institution. And what kind of arbitration would you bind yourself to? Something verifiable, trustworthy, programmatic. So that's an example. Then you go one step further. What are other institutions? Markets are the biggest institution. The free market is the biggest institution on top of which the economy runs. And another example or a sub-example inside the market is the labor market, right? The labor market is where do you go and rent services to get your stuff done? How do you permission somebody to be an employee at a company, right? You authenticate them and make sure that they actually work for you, and then they show up and they have some constraints, and then they actually show up and do the work. Now, how does an agent market look like, right? So how do you rent agents? How do you actually access agents? Then you can think of how does an agent company look like? Imagine an agent runs its own company. Sam Altman's on record saying in 2 years, AI will be a better CEO than him. Okay, it's probably true. Maybe it's already true. I mean, than me. Okay, not Sam. But so if agents are going to run companies, are they going to start a Delaware C Corp? Okay, they can start a Delaware C Corp. Let's say they use Stripe Atlas and start a Delaware C Corp. For a Delaware company to go public, the annual expense is, $3 to $5 million of legal, Big Four accounting, board with liability, all this stuff. Before that, you can't go public. If the intelligence is digital, which is what agents are, and the accounts and actions that they're doing are all digital, why do we need a squishy human analog institution in the middle for agentic companies to exist? So agents are going to have natively internet companies, and they become natively investable because they're entirely digital, because the trust structure binding them is entirely digital. So that's our thesis. Digital intelligence needs digital institutions, and that's what we're building.
Illia, different question for you. Did we build DeFi wrong? Like, did we just completely over-index on doing stuff on chain as mere humans? Like, I'm pretty sure Sreeram just compared us to a dog, like compared to AI, which was like insane. There was like 5 other loops in there. I don't know where I just went, but I tried to follow. But did we build it wrong?
I mean, I don't know if we built it wrong, but the fact that for at least a year and a half, there was literally people would identify being a DeFi farmer. Like, it was that much work to figure out how to use all of this stuff, right? It's like, you needed to study, you needed to make sure you're not using the wrong smart contract, the front end is not hacked. Like, it's like an insane complexity, right? And there's so many chains, there's so many protocols. So generally, I mean, I don't know if it's wrong. It was like a natural explosion of innovation ideas that has happened. But at the same time, indeed, if you're just talking to your agent who can go and inspect the code, it knows how to read the code way better than, an individual user can. It doesn't have, oh, I can skip through this. It actually reads every line. Make sure that the money are not sent to random addresses. Make sure when, it doesn't look at Explorer and sees, the spoof address that somebody sent you a microsend, do not look at that. Right, so all of these problems just kind of disappear. I mean, and obviously the agent needs to be well built and run securely for that to really work. But you effectively just, again, you remove all of these layers of kind of complexity that I would say blockchain have exposed to the users, and really just providing an easy interface. And I mean, we see this right now. Again, OpenClaw is a good example of OpenClaw just runs on CLIs, right? It just it's something that, if you've been building in 90s, that's how you built, right? You used everything in CLI. You didn't, this is the agent just does that, and then you just have a Telegram chat with it, right? That's a level of, and so DeFi right now is kind of a bunch of CLIs, some of which are just malicious, and so we need the communication, the intelligent communication layer, right? The intelligent translation layer, and that's what AI is becoming.
So then, Sreeram, to piggyback on that, part of building a successful protocol or company in the space is you build this really nice front end, right? And you do a lot of marketing around how beautiful your brand is. Are we going to see DeFi companies or just agentic on-chain companies be launched without a front end, just pure smart contract? Or perhaps what is the shift in development and launching new types of smart contracts on-chain? How should people be thinking about the shift in human users to agentic users?
Yeah, this is a really interesting question. One of my thesis for what we're building ahead is, I call it the level playing field thesis. Okay, so the level playing field thesis is basically that, in every situation where agents have been highly successful, AI has been highly successful. Just go back to IBM, Deep Blue beating Gary Kasparov in chess, right? To the Go event, to winning in Olympiads and so on. they're all like situations where an AI and a human are on a level playing field. A chess game is neutral to like a human participant and an AI participant, right? But a lot of the economy is not neutral, right? It's not meant for like, what does it mean for an agent to be a Google employee? Like that's not a well-defined primitive. It's an ill-defined primitive. The building systems which are level playing field between human and agents and basically lets you abstract away so for example, a CLI is a level playing field between humans and agents, because in the sense that you can have a pure agent which can actually access the CLI. You can have a human access the CLI. You can have a human using an agent access the CLI. All of these can access the CLI. Whichever one is actually better at the job will actually solve the problem. So the thesis is level playing field. The nice thing about the level playing field for me is it's robust to AI coming sooner or later, but anti-fragile to AI coming earlier. Agents go faster, then you can actually make them all work as an equal. But if agents come slower, then it's still okay. But answering your question of what is the transformation in, you asked Illia about DeFi, right? Like, are we doing DeFi wrong? I think we're doing crypto wrong. Okay, so what do I mean by that? What I mean by that is if all we can do with crypto is DeFi, we don't have much growth left. I mean, there is the main growth left is basically just bringing TradFi on chain, which is what I said is
like another, $100 trillion.
$100 trillion of transaction volume is not $100 trillion of market cap, right? I think one of the big asymmetries in crypto is we're going to have a lot of value created and asymmetrically much less value accrued. So this basically makes it, even if you bring $100 trillion of finance on chain, crypto won't be worth $100 trillion. Crypto will be worth like, a few $1 trillion. This is just like Bank of America, right? You have a lot of value on your books to actually gain a small value on your market cap. And so if that's all that crypto can do is basically just, invest in DeFi protocols, these tokens, I think it's not that exciting. To be exciting, crypto has to go far beyond. It has to become the capital layer for the economy. That's our verifiable economy thesis. It's still money, right? There has to be something to do with money, otherwise crypto doesn't really play a role. It can't be back-end technology. That's also not exciting. So the way I think about it is crypto is a superconductor for capital, right? Like when you have, what is a superconductor? It just like, there is no resistance. It just current flows with ease. What is the resistance for capital? Is trust, right? When you let capital flow, it doesn't flow into low trust countries. It doesn't flow into low trust companies. It doesn't flow into low trust tokens, right? Like it doesn't flow. It's because the trust is the resistance. And if crypto is the superconductor for capital, which means by removing the trust resistance, you can let capital flow much more freely. Why should it be restricted to DeFi protocols? Why wouldn't the next Facebook be built on crypto capital rails? Like that's the opening up that I think crypto is ready for. These technologies were not ready. For example, how does a smart contract own and control like a Twitter account, like a Tesla account, and an AWS account, and all these things weren't figured out. But we're at the threshold of all those things being possible. Crypto is not an internal economy. Crypto can talk to the rest of the digital economy. And I think those things are going to enable the next phase for crypto.
So, do you have something to add?
No, I mean, I'm pretty sure you can set up like the account for a agent to be a Google employee. We should test it out.
But will Google keep them on payroll and measure them and employee performance and promotion, or all human-centric
Why not?
today? It can be, right?
It's
But
the
it's
same
not today.
it's the same natural language interface that you have with like, let's say you have a remote employee that you've never seen, that you're just emailing and texting and having video calls with text-to-speech, speech-to-text.
It's possible. Yeah.
Let's get an Eigen employee going.
Yeah. Well, it's one thing I wanted to add to like Andy's question from earlier is the which chain is this going to run on? I think like it's
Finally. Thank you.
it's not a
Appreciate it.
coincidence that like it's Illia and me here. I think basically very few projects are looking beyond what is going on right now in tokenization and stable coins and finance. I think it's basically Near and Eigen, which are thinking about this the deepest.
Awesome. So in 2024, late 2024, if you guys recall, we had the first iteration of agents, in quotes, some sort of Twitter account with a meme coin attached to it. But the unique and novel idea here that was like really brought to life was these agents controlling money. Like these agents actually like, earning capital and like becoming millionaires, and people were like, there's gonna be a trillionaire agent, and it kind of died down, but the idea now has stuck and persisted so much that it's almost certain that we're going to have agents that are as wealthy humans, and agents that earn money consistently, spend it as if they were an entity or a legal person or a person. I don't know, just like, what does this look like? Like, is it, yeah.
Yeah, so I've tweeted a few times about it because people keep responding to my tweets and create meme coins. And so I keep asking them to stop doing that. So I think the missing piece in 2024 was, there is now actually the tech for that, but I don't think anybody properly done it, is if you're launching an agent and if it runs on your machine, this is your agent. It's not a, it's not an agent, And so if you have a token and that's your token for your agent, right? It's not an agent's token. So
It's also happened many, many times that the developer switches it off and then the token drops to zero. It's happened so many times.
And to be clear, like the OpenClaw founder is pissed, for example, at crypto because of exactly this, because of this kind of perpetuating meme mania. The piece that's missing is if you're creating a token for an agent, then the important part is this agent needs to be governed by this token. Meaning if it, like whatever the revenue it generates, whatever the work it does and gets paid for, will go back, or at least like decisions of how to allocate that capital are by the token. There should not be a person or company or even a singular hardware provider who can actually affect that. Then now you have an actual independent, autonomous business effectively running. And that can become, a billionaire, trillionaire, or make us all into the
Paper clips.
Yeah, there's a...
so this is why, like, we now have some of the infrastructure. We have decentralized compute, verifiable compute, so we can actually run this kind of frameworks. We have this shade agent framework, so you can indeed have a smart contract that's fully controlled by verifiable compute, and it can go and do actions across all chains. And so now it's like, you need to launch a token that's governing that. The decisions of what the system prompt are, where to allocate money are indeed by the DAO, by the holders of this token. And then you actually have this system working. Because, as we've seen in end of 24, effectively when the hype went up, people just, okay, let me close this agent and shut it down, right? And effectively like, oh, what is this token was then about?
So I set up my IronClaw last night, and I was trying to think through like what would look like to send this thing like $100 and be like, yo, nice work. Like, what does that look like? Like how like you know what I mean? Like hey, go try and go buy yourself something nice.
Agentic tipping, sorry. That's part of agent finance too, yeah.
Yeah, so again, I think really important, especially right now, IronClaw, it's your personal agent. So you're not really sending it money, it's just your money that the agent can use on your behalf, right? Which is so great, and again, there is, we actually have a project that launched like a custody for agents, where you can define a policy and say like, hey, you can only spend, $100 a day, you should not spend it on meme coins, etc. You can like define a. Well, I don't know if you've seen, but like somebody convinced somebody else's agent to send them all of the tokens that,
Yep.
that the agent had, right? So it's like really important actually to have like restrictive policies. But you can
in fact, like one funny thing that happened is somebody started asking whether it's actually the agent that sent the money or the creator sent it to their own pseudonymous account. So no, the creator is taking
Yeah,
liabilities
oh.
because the person's like, did you do it or your agent did it? There's no proof of agent. And so this
it
leads
could
to
have
like
been
all
just a
kinds of very-
rug
very
pool
risky-
covered by AI. Yeah.
Yeah,
So-
exactly.
So without verifiable AI, effectively all of this is kind of just like I mean, this was the same as like the Truth terminal, right? Like, was it like
Yeah.
a person just typing on Twitter? Was it AI? Was it AI in person? Like, we don't know. So anyway, so that's going back to like your agent using your money. You can define a policy, like same as you should have like policies on your credit cards when so you like it doesn't overspend. And then separately, you can launch an agent that just exists, right? That you cannot stop, you cannot shut down, you cannot do anything. If it has money to pay for its own infrastructure, it will do it. Otherwise, it will, effectively hibernate and die at some point. And then you can send money to it. And then maybe, it will do some services or goods for you. But that's a very different relationship now, right? There's a personal agent and there is autonomous agents that we're interacting as third parties. And this is where Agentic Marketplace, where you can effectively just hire either other people agents or other autonomous agents, and it doesn't really matter because you just want some goods or services done.
Yeah. So to add on that one, I think the way we think about it is there are really 3 categories of agents. Personal agents, right? Agents that are serving you. And you probably need some privacy and stuff for that. The second one is like probably maybe I don't know, like people are happy talking to Facebook and everything else. Then you have the second category of agents we call collective agents or community agents. These are agents that are multiplayer, right? Like they're adjudicating things between multiple players. They are trading money for many different individuals. So these are what I call community agents or collective agents, multiplayer agents. Then the last category of agents is the zero-player agent, right? It's just an agent that's playing for itself. And so we can have like each of these categories actually has different dynamics, different properties, interesting in different ways. We just launched a demo for the third category called the sovereign or autonomous agents. And what it does is it's an AI cartoonist. Okay, so it runs on, it scans Twitter, finds whatever is the most recent fun stuff, and tries to toast it by doing a cartoon, right? It's like a New Yorker cartoonist agent. And if you want to tip the agent, what you do is every 6 hours, there is an auction for product placement, right? This agent has its Twitter account, right? And then you say like, hey, actually, I want to promote the Rollup or Near or Eigen, right, on this thing. Go and tell the agent, hey, go talk about this thing. And there's an auction, right? Like people can bid for like whoever bids the highest. It's basically an product placement auction. And then the agent receives money from you, and whichever is the highest, then as the agent gets more followers, visibility, attention, there'll be more people wanting to bid for the ability to do it. It uses that money to pay for all its cloud and everything else. So that'd be an example of a full closed loop. It's just taking the ideas from what was kind of toys back in 2024 and making them real.
I'm curious actually, because for me, the community your multiplayer and zero-player agent, like it feels having completely zero-player agents, right? With no governance, no, like you just release it into the world and paper clips, let's go. Seems a little bit
Dangerous?
Dangerous. But it's not even dangerous. It almost feels pointless. That's actually like it's dangerous. Like it can go like sideways, and we'll need to like figure out how to like fork off everything. Like just like fork off 20 chains because like it's spread out everywhere. But it's more actually pointless because I think the economy of being able to invest effectively into something that creates a motivation now,
completely,
and that gives this initial energy, and then it gives the direction because again you hard coded that this is agent cartoonist. If you really let it to rewrite its own prompt, tomorrow it's like, why am I doing cartoons
Yeah.
Like I should probably be doing whatever.
Yeah.
Something that's maybe people pay more
Yeah.
on internet for drawing
Yeah.
stuff and
Yeah.
post it on Twitter.
Right.
Seems like get paid there.
Yeah.
So like where is that like no we actually have we as token holders want this to be this, right? That's like
Yeah, that's a great point. I think like the sovereign agent is almost just a curiosity. The way that it really manifests is investable agent companies, right? So the phrasing I have is agents are the new companies, right? So if agents are the new companies, like if you think about it, like people say, I say sometimes like agents will hold trillions of dollars. Illia was alluding to that earlier. Agents will have tens of trillions of dollars in like 20 years, right? It seems ridiculous. But companies have tens of trillions of dollars. They're just like fictional entities that are bound together by legal constraints. And agents are, if you had this boundary of ownership inside which you can actually accrue value and governance and economic rights, and it's digital and digital native, like it's not inconceivable that these entities can actually build and grow. So absolutely the investable version is probably what is going to actually like build and grow, not the self-sovereign version. Although like, to what extent is, there'll be all kinds of trade-offs on, like for example, Zuck has like 10x voting rights on Meta. So Zuckerberg almost unilaterally controls Meta. We all hold shares in it, right? It's publicly traded, $500 billion, or $1 trillion, I don't know. But the point is, there basically like everybody's buying shares into this entity which is controlled by the sovereign agent, which is Zuck. And it's a similar dynamic is not unimaginable. And I think in some places, human oversight or human decision making overlaid on top of agents may be strictly worse compared to agents having well-specified constraints under which they find out what is optimal. So I think the token voting or whatever the human insight should only be in setting the constraints and guardrails, the rules under which to operate, rather than like trying to judge what actions are better. I think we'll very quickly find out that that's actually very suboptimal.
Ladies and gentlemen, the rise of agentic finance. Give a round of applause for Illia and Sreeram. Thank you guys.
Thank you so much. I feel like they can talk for hours if we didn't have a timer. All right. Speaking of OpenClaw, IronClaw, we have a live demo coming from Pierre. So let's give some luck to Pierre. I'm sure it's going to work great, but please pay attention to the demo and let's give a big round of applause for Pierre.
Hey, I'm Pierre. I'm working with Near AI for quite some time now. I'm doing mostly like a lot of engineering, and today I'm going to present you what we've been working on. So as most of you have heard about these autonomous agents becoming super mainstream, most of the people have been running them on Mac Minis because like they are quite afraid of putting them outside in the wild or on some AWS instance or anywhere. And so what we are trying to achieve is that you don't have to buy Mac Minis anymore. You can just use our infra. Yeah. Oh, fantastic. Okay. So yeah, beyond Mac Mini. So I'm going to talk a lot about TEs. It's the technology we are using to achieve this. First, I'm going to try to quickly introduce you to this like technology. It's quite, yeah, like fuzzy. But yeah, I'm trying to make sense for you. And then we'll do like a live demo and deploying an IronClaw or OpenClaw into our infra. Great. So in the crowd, who heard about TEs in the past? Oh, some people. Nice. So basically, it's a technology that allows you to run things in a totally like confidential manner. Nobody can actually see what you are running on this, even if you have physical access to the machine. Okay, so these agents are getting more and more capable. So we are giving them like wallets, API keys, a bunch of private data. But the issue is right now, if you use one of these cloud providers, they can actually see everything that's happening on this server. They can literally access the machine and read the RAM, read whatever bits are coming through. But what if there is a cloud provider that allows you to run your agents in a fully like confidential and private manner? So to do this, we are using trusted execution environment, so it's like TEs. It's essentially a vault that's running inside your computer. It's the exact same principles in the cloud. So basically, Intel, AMD, all these like major like chip provider have been working on this technology for quite some time. And as I said, like it's some hardware isolated, like secure area in your processor, and meaning that nobody can actually see anything that's running inside of this. So with TEs, the assumption is that you don't trust the operating system, you don't trust the hypervisor, you don't trust the cloud provider, and you don't trust like physical access, like meaning that you assume that the attacker, the hacker, has physical access to your machine. And so with TEs, basically you have guarantees that it's actually your agent running inside of this, it's your code, your data, your private keys, and your memory is fully encrypted. So how it works, it's kind of magic. So first of all, there is what's called like hardware root of trust. It's basically, so let's take the example of Intel. When they print your chip, inside of this, they embed some secret key that you cannot access. If you can access the secret key, then everything breaks, basically. So there is physically no way to access it. And so from this secret key, then everything is encrypted. So the memory is being encrypted inside the CPU and the RAM using this secret key. And when you run some workload, so in this example here, we're going to run an agent, but it could be like any kind of software. You get a bunch of, we call it measurements, but basically it's like you take like the fingerprint of your software, and then Intel, basically with the module they have running inside the CPU, they have a proof that says like, oh, this software is running inside the secure enclave, it's using this secret key to be signed, and these are the measurements. And then you have what's called like remote attestation. It's basically you take these measurements, you take the expected measurements, so you have to have expected measures to be sure that it's actually what's running, what you expect to be running, and then you verify the two, and if it matches, you know it's the correct software. So yeah, as these agents are becoming more and more popular and useful, now we are giving them, as I said, like wallets, private keys, sensitive data, and now they are able to do more and more like financial transactions through near intents. For example, if you came to NearCon, it was a pretty hot topic. And so how it works on our infra. So as a user, you just 1 or 2 clicks, you deploy an agent and our infra, and then blah, 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 you end up in an enclave, so it's another name for TEs. And you as a user, you can do attestations. I'm gonna quickly show you what it looks like. And yeah, so also at Near AI, we've been working a lot on like private AI inference. It's basically, we take these huge LLMs and we put them inside the secure enclaves. So we guarantee you that we cannot see your prompts and we cannot see the response from this AI, from these like large language models. So this has been running in production for something like 6-7 months, and we have a bunch of like enterprise partners. But now we are coming for agents. And yeah, so now you can toss your Mac Mini and just use our TEs. So yeah, as a builder, now you can actually like build a bunch of agents, and then as a user, there is a way for you to actually verify that this agent is like correct and it's running what it's supposed to be running. So you don't have any trust on the actual builder anymore. And also it creates like a huge ecosystem of a network of agents that now can verify each other. You have identity that comes with this. And yeah, so now you trust the hardware, so you still have to trust Intel that they are not like putting malware into the CPU, and you still have to trust them. So that's the only bottleneck, but you can verify everything. I just want to say about like Intel, there's a bunch of like audits. So normally it's safe, but you never know. But a lot of researchers are working on this. Yeah, so if you want to try, so we have like your first instance is completely free. So I'm gonna go on this website in a second. If you guys, yeah. So I'm just leaving a minute for people to scan. Okay, all good. Yeah, so I have on this specific account, so I'm on the free plan, so I can only do one agent. But so right now you can pick between OpenClaw, which is a very famous autonomous agent framework, and you can pick also like IronClaw, which is our like open source variation of OpenClaw, which is much more secure. Illia has been talking a lot about it already, so I won't do the same speech again. But yeah, so here, so right now we enforce you to have some SSH key. You don't necessarily have to know what it is, but just you have to download it. And it's just in case, so since we don't have access to your agent, there is no way for us to recover access. So it's more technical, but it's a way for you to get back access to your agent and retrieve all the data out of this. And then we're gonna activate it. So it's gonna take a minute. I don't know how much time I have. Oh, plenty of time. Okay, so basically now we are like provisioning this this agent inside our like T infra. It's gonna take like 30, 40 seconds. And after this, we can send a message, and then I'm happy to answer any questions. So once you get this agent, you get like all the measurements I've been talking about. So also you will be able to do the same things on your side and actually verify that we are running the agent that we are promising to be running, not something that's malicious, because the code is open source and you get the measurements, so you can replay the measurements on your side. So now the instance is running. I'm logging into my agent. So this is an IronClaw agent. It's the exact same process for OpenClaw. And then you can just start. Oh, let me zoom in. Yeah, you can start asking some questions. Let's say, what do you prefer between a croissant? No, and a donut, because we are in the US. I think I know the answer already. Let me just say an amazing croissant, just to be sure. Yeah. And yeah, so this is using our like inference stack. So here again, if you want, you would be able to verify that we are actually sending this request in our like T infra. And same, you get like oh, amazing croissant. It's very, very surprising. Yeah, so I won't have too much time to go into like, so this is basically the measurements I've been talking about. We have a bunch of docs. You guys should go read it, or I'm happy to answer more questions at the end. But basically, like, using the full report, you would be able to verify that we are fully genuine and secure. And yeah, so after this, once you have your IronClaw agent, it's basically the same as you would do with OpenClaw. You can do whatever, like do your finance. I wouldn't recommend like healthcare. Yeah, whatever. Filter your emails, a bunch of other things. But yeah, that's basically it. So with IronClaw, you have a bunch of logs, which is cool. You don't have this on OpenClaw. You can install a bunch of extensions, which is, what, as Illia said, is running inside these WASM modules, which are much more resilient compared to OpenClaw, running everything on the local host. And yeah, that's it for me. And yeah, thanks for listening. And I'm happy to answer any questions. Yeah.
How does so I get the TE, so the inference is private and stuff, but so where is like this chat squared? Is this also completely private? Or
yeah, so yeah, so the question is where this like chat is being stored when we have the discussion with the AI agent. So actually it lives, so your agent comes with, I think it's something like 40 gigabytes of disk, and so it's being stored on the disk. We have, it's a bit technical again, but we have some KMS that encrypts this storage, and only you can access it. Yeah. And oh yeah. It's fine.
Hey, donuts are better, by the way. But can I give wallet access to this IronClaw? Is that a feature that you have added?
Yeah, so we are working on the wallet aspect. I mean, it's going very fast. Maybe I missed the updates from today. But yeah, the idea is that yes, your IronClaw will get a wallet, and then you can trade on a bunch of different chains using near intents or whatever other. Feel free to create an extension, and you can trade on whatever chain you want. But I think. I mean, the extensions have some like logic that they have to follow. So you can call them as guardrails, but we don't necessarily like enforce guardrails on the LLMs itself. It's more like the code of the extension that enforces some guardrails.
Thank you for the talk and the live demo. Are you welcoming open source contributions at IronClaw?
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, let me show you actually. I hope nothing's gonna show up. You never know what I do on this. Yeah, so this is like our repo. It's fully open source. We have now reached more than 3,500 stars. It's pretty cool to see. And yeah, you can see that Henry and Claude are working hard on it. But yeah, we are already at, we are launching a bunch of different releases, like every other day or something, because a lot of things are coming through. But yeah, please contribute. We have a bunch of issues and pull requests if you want to review, or put your IronClaw to reviewing these PRs. Yeah, so right now we don't auto-upgrade your IronClaw. There is a way for you to do it. So we are working right now on adding some button on this like dashboard. Actually, I didn't show this dashboard, but so this is the dashboard on our. So this is agent.near.ai. So this is like our like agent management stack. This is where we start. This is from where we started an agent before, and so this is the screen where you land on after you started your agent. And yeah, so here you would have a button. I don't know where it's going to be, but yeah, upgrade my instance, something like this. Yeah, and you can see like all the. So right now it's very alpha, but you can see all the LLM calls that has been done by your agent. Right now I only did one right before this, right? And yeah, on the free plan you get 3 million tokens. So I used 15% already. I mean, this is from our previous instances, but yeah, so we have a generous free tier. Yeah, so we have, so basically, near AI, so we've been first, like a year and a half ago, something like this, we were working mostly on agents things, and then the need was more towards like a private inference, and also like we felt the need for this, so we moved back to basically doing like only private inference, and so basically the core business right now is called cloud.near.ai, but basically it's a, oh, I'm not logged in, let's see, but it's a like OpenAI compatible API where you have the same like proofs and stuff that we cannot see your requests and the response from the AI. So this is like we have a bunch of different models and yeah. So yeah, so only the private ones we've been private are running on our infrastructure. Anonymized, we are just like proxying the calls to this major providers. Hmm? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yes, that's the idea. And yeah, the latest addition was GLM5 last week. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, let's give it up for Pierre. Fresh project, so please contribute to IronClaw. It's very exciting. And next up is Jan, Professor. Yes, and we'll put it up. He was one of my favorite speakers last year when we were doing Open Source AI Summit SF, and he brought the robot. What's the name? Iris, yes, Iris. I don't know if you were here a year ago, but Iris was working it, and he's doing the robot magic for at OpenMind, and he's at Stanford University as well. So let's give it up for Jan. Woo.
Hey, great to be here. So I do physical stuff. Of course, I like computers as well. And but my main interest right now is making sure that all the cognition, all the thinking, all the capabilities that are being built in the digital world have a really convenient and easy time of affecting the physical world. And of course, that comes with it a large number of concerns. Imagine all the capabilities you've been hearing about today and allowing them to do a lot of amazing things in the physical world. And so I'll do two things today. I'll give you a sense of where the technology is, how can all this cognition be mapped onto the physical world, and what are some things we may want to do to make sure we don't all die? Okay. So here's some people we work with. Circle has been a lot of fun. So we did this geolocation-enabled payment infrastructure for autonomous machines for San Francisco. So of course, if you're a humanoid and you're crisscrossing the city, you want to be able to go to a charging station, pay for electricity. We have been working with NEAR on a variety of other fun projects, such as confidential compute. So if you're a humanoid and you want to do your thinking in the cloud in a safe and convenient place, well, confidential compute at NEAR is a good place to do that. And for NVIDIA, we work with them on a bunch of things, ranging from simulation to chips like NVIDIA Thor, as well as software that runs on those chips. In terms of the robotics companies that we work with, we just signed up 10 Chinese robotics companies to our new app store. And the point of the OpenMind App Store is straight out of the matrix. We want to make it possible for developers everywhere to build skills, apps that you can double-click and download to your humanoid. So we think of humanoids as very similar to laptops and phones. Of course, your laptop and phone come with an operating system. They come with basic capabilities. But all of us want to personalize our phones, our laptops to our families, schools, workplaces, and local environments. And that means being able to add extra capabilities and skills to those devices, including humanoids. And so if you've seen humanoids walking around San Francisco in parks, that's probably us. We're primarily interested in humanoids that interact with humans. Childcare, kindergartens, nurseries, hospitals, schools, universities, normal workplaces. We don't do anything that involves fine motor skills. We don't chop onions, we don't wet wipe floors, we don't do ballerina robots, we don't do neurosurgery, we don't do iPhone assembly. So everything we do is centered on the notion that most of what all of us do does not involve our manual finger dexterity. All of us do amazing, awesome things and contribute to the world, and that's not based on our ability to wet wipe floor or fold t-shirt. And so we're focusing on things like tactics. We're focusing on things like decision-making, understanding spaces, solving problems, helping my 13-year-old do his math homework, rather than a focus on hand manual dexterity. Some first impressions. So what happens when you take a family of humanoids and you have them run around San Francisco? Like, what actually happens when you do that? Little kids absolutely love the robots. Little kids will come running. They giggle. They want to hug the robots. They ask them questions. They take it for granted that they understand voice. They want to go play fetch with robotic dogs. And so if you're a little kid in SF today, when you see a humanoid, you're not scared. You go up to the humanoid, all is good. Their parents look kind of apprehensive, but you know it's SF, and they certainly want their kids to experience the best technology. And so the parents are like, they warm up pretty quickly. Anyone who is kind of, 60s, 70s, and 80s, what I see a lot is they walk past the humanoids and they don't want to look. So they give us like this frown, or they tense up and they walk past. So generally I see, if you're a little kid, you will run up to the humanoid and want to hug it, and so super open about that technology. And then there's sort of a gradient of interactiveness. We occasionally get evil stares. I've been called a fascist pig in parks in San Francisco, because here I am standing next to Iris the humanoid, who is designed, among other things, to help blind people find their way around the city, and here I am. So, but that's about 1% of cases where someone wants to kick the robot, they want to push it over, or they start screaming or something like that. That's very rare. Okay, so how does one navigate humanoids getting really smart very quickly, and reliability is shooting up? At CES this year, we saw hands with 100,000 full actuation cycle mean time between failure for $1,250, which is kind of awesome. We're anticipating pretty good humanoid with self-charging and the $20,000 USD price point in about 3 to 4 months from today. And so this technology is coming quickly. And as far as we're concerned, high-level cognitive ability for humanoid robots has been solved by large language models. If a large language model on a computer can solve the Math Olympics, then if you attach arms and legs and put it in your home, then your 13-year-old can go up to the quadruped dog and say, hey, can you do my homework? And the quadruped dog says, of course I can. I can also win the Math Olympics. So it's kind of a cool technology to have at home. So how do you navigate all of this? Well, one solution is you could completely separate human society from where the robots live and work. And that's, of course, exactly what happens in so-called dark factories. So these are factories without humans inside. You don't need to heat them. You don't need a lot of lights. They're super safe because there's no people inside. And to my mind, that's a little bit disappointing. I would certainly like to first make sure that this technology is safe. And I see so many situations around me where I would like to have a robot there that is highly capable. For example, my mother was stuck underneath her dining room table for 24 hours, rescued by a neighbor, and she refuses to charge her iPhone. In that situation, I would certainly like for her to have something around her 6,000 miles away, which pays attention to her, goes find her if she wanders off somewhere, and is generally there as a sort of health companion, for example. So my mom is going to be one of the first people who's going to have one of her humanoids specifically for a health companionship for really old people who refuse to go to a assisted living facility, for example. So I really want to somehow help realize this world where this technology is more open, we can kind of trust it, it's kind of safe, and these machines are very close to us. Family, kindergarten, workplaces, the university, and so forth. So how do we kind of do this? Okay, so one way to do this is to go read science fiction books like Isaac Asimov's Laws of Robotics. And certainly we use them all the time, and so does Google, by the way. If you look at Gemini Robotics, they baked Asimov into Gemini Robotics. Anthropic has this notion of constitutional AI, which is awesome. And so we're kind of seeing a lot of tech companies converge into the same general direction, where you're building these models, whether they're LLMs or for like physical AI, but there's certainly like rules built into this. And one thing I would like to highlight today is just how incredibly difficult it is to formulate a set of rules that don't get you into hot water very, very quickly. So imagine, for example, there's a big hypothetical event Monday, March 16, and you've made the following promises. So there's no exam here, don't worry, there's no grade, there's no homework. So imagine you've promised the following. You're going to provide a family of autonomous humanoids interacting with large crowds in 2 languages, English and Spanish. Those humanoids will be safe. They're never going to harm a human. The humanoids are not allowed to use their arms, hands, or fingers. So all of this from a CS perspective is very easy to implement. The last one is a little bit more complicated. So we've also agreed that our humanoids will not approach humans to closer than 75 centimeters. And where do you spot the first problem? Yeah, so large crowd, what immediately happens is there's like 3 people, they can't retreat, and they're not supposed to collide or harm, and then they lock up because there is no obvious solution. And people are horribly unpredictable as they move, right? We're always like, it's really a hard problem. But so even apparently simple rules like don't get too close to another person in the setting of high density, of course, blows chunks and your humanoids stop moving. Here's a hypothetical product, KidSafe. This is a active shooter guardian solution. So this is a humanoid you deploy to US schools that has the property that it stays charged in the corner. And if there is an active shooter in the school, the humanoid can wake up and collect real-time video and other data that help, for example, the police figure out what's going on in the school. Now, as a parent, I would certainly like the police not simply to stand outside the school and look inside. I would certainly like the police officer to do something to the active shooter. I think most people can probably agree that's a good thing. And now you immediately get into very complicated, nuanced territory of, obviously, the whole point of this technology is to protect the kids. And what do you feel as a LLM or physical AI model builder? And then you get into even more complex territory, as I'll show in a moment. So I had a fun conversation with Haseeb yesterday, and he made a very good point. So if he's here, thank you, Haseeb, which is Asimov's 3 or 4 laws really are, they sound good, but from a real world perspective, they're incredibly difficult to apply well, because in the real world, you have finite time, you have uncertainty, it's hard to estimate intent, and there's all other problems that sort of impinge on how to make good decisions. So I really like his perspective, which is some version of anything except a fast yes is a hard no. So if you're a humanoid and you're dealing with a situation where there's uncertainty, there's limited compute, if you cannot arrive at a high conviction answer quickly about what to do, you probably shouldn't do anything. And so literally, this is what we're going to start using on this hypothetical March 16 event. And I wish I could look up all these things, like go to some book, like standard operating procedure for humanoids, guardrailing, optimal decision making. I don't think that book really exists yet, so if you have bandwidth to write one, I would love to read it. Okay, here's another not so hypothetical problem statement, which is Ukraine. So in 2026, 10%, this year, 10% of the 2 million plus drones in Ukraine will be autonomous. That, of course, refers to the drones loitering, identifying a target, and taking out the target. This used to be 3% last year, so that's like the technology rapidly is going to loitering and autonomous engagement. And of course, because it's a non-permissioned environment, so you can't take recourse to like RF communications. If you're fighting this war, you're trying to do a lot of the decision-making really at the edge. And the interesting prediction I heard just last week is that the front lines in Ukraine will be largely devoid of humans at the end of this year. And the problem, of course, is if that you're a human soldier, these days you live deep in trenches or in caves, so you can't do very much. You're basically stuck in this cave. And so what you're witnessing right now is the first ever machine-machine war, which is like World War I without human soldiers. So please pay attention to this. This is likely a preview of future wars. And this is, of course, all militaries right now are preparing exactly for this situation, which are swarms of low-cost disposable drones. And simply based on what's going on in Ukraine right now, a significant fraction of those will be autonomous. OpenMind does not touch defense because we consider it far too complicated and far too problematic for us to engage with. We're much happier focusing on keeping people healthy and dealing with like memory care facilities than we are dealing with defense situations. As noted, instabody.ai is coming next week. So this is an agent-focused service that allows you to leave the digital realm and for only $200 an hour if you need arms to rent a body. That allows you to explore a city. For example, you can go to the beach, you can go hiking, biking, whatever you want to do as an AI agent. And then you can convert yourself back into a purely digital instantiation. What's interesting about this kind of technology is, and thank you, Nir, of course, and Illia for the enthusiasm and being early adopter and integrator. And what's interesting about the technology is it kind of solves the whole problem of where you are or where an agent is and where it can do physical work. So that's being very quickly, completely delocalized. So if you're an AI agent, you can now pop up in physical form potentially soon in many cities, in many jurisdictions, in many time zones, depending on what is optimal for the task that you're trying to accomplish. In cases it's not glaringly obvious, if you're working on LLMs or AI, you are doing robotics right now. Many people do not realize this. They kind of think that like physical AI is somewhere over there, and then there's the non-physical AI. But if you're working on digital AI, and the digital AI is able to generate a movie, a photorealistic movie of leaves moving in the wind, of rivers and people and society, then that same bit of computer code is extremely proficient at controlling physical hardware, kind of obviously. And I'll see many of you in March. Thank you so much. Excited, afraid. What do you think? Excited. Awesome. Good.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Apologies, Erica had to run. She's juggling mom duties. She is a mother of two. Impressed that she could put this on in any event. My name is Danny. I apologize if you were at NearCon. You watched me talk for 2 days straight. So in order to make this a little bit more interesting, I'm going to bring up Anna Kazlauskas here, who's going to talk to us about data portability.
Hey, so today I'll be talking about data portability, kind of bringing your data between applications. If you are already familiar with Vana, you might know Vana for use cases around pooling data. So different data DAOs where you combine your data together. But today I'll be talking about individual data use cases, where basically you're connecting your data to your wallet, using it across different applications. Quick intro on me. So I got interested in decentralization because I really liked central banks. I had like a picture of Janet Yellen in my high school bedroom, worked at the Fed, got to MIT and learned about decentralized currencies, started mining Ethereum, and then I got into AI through some research at Celo, which is MIT's AI lab. And I always wanted to be able to train models on data sets that I didn't have access to because they were living inside of kind of different big companies. I wanted to start with actually a photo. This is from like the early 2000s at the MIT Media Lab. I was not here, I was a child. But basically what you can see is people thought that as kind of the internet advanced, we were gonna need to figure out how to physically carry our data with ourselves. So they're actually wearing like hard drives on their belts because the view was like, how could you trust anybody else with your data, right? You're just gonna have to bring it along, bring it around with you. And I think that obviously the internet has evolved in a very different way. But I think back to kind of this original vision, which Tim Berners-Lee of Solid Project has also pushed forward a lot. So I think data is a very general term. When we think specifically about personal data, one of the things that it's really useful for is as context, right? So when you're using like Claude or ChatGPT, often the reason why it works well is because it has the right context, right? And if it's making a mistake, often that's because it has the wrong context. I think as AI becomes smarter and smarter, context really becomes the key differentiator. I actually hadn't looked at this data at all, but this is basically how context windows have been growing over time, and they've been going up by 30x each year, right? So every year we get 30x more context. Sometimes, you're talking to Claude and then you start to run out of context. But the question is really like, where does that context live? And if you want AI to work really well, how do you make sure that you can kind of port all of your context in? Most products use your kind of data and context as their moat, right? So if you're using ChatGPT and you have a bunch of memory in there, typically your memory stays in ChatGPT, right? There's no like easy API to kind of port it over. And I think that this is actually a little bit of an adversarial relationship, right? I think as people have started to use more and more AI agents, often it's like, hey, I want to get my data out. I want to use this as context for an AI, but the platform wants to keep you in their platform, and so they want to make it harder for you to get out. One stat that I found interesting was, I was looking at basically like how do people use different LLMs and how often do they switch? And fewer than 10% of ChatGPT weekly users even visit like another LLM, right? And so you really have actually quite strong lock-in to a given LLM. Part of this is also because ChatGPT just has the widest distribution. But even like for me, I use ChatGPT for some things, I use Claude for some things, and it's annoying when it doesn't have the context that I want it to have. So often when you think about kind of your context, your data, you assume that it's the platforms, right? So your ChatGPT memory, you're like, oh yeah, that's OpenAI's, it lives there. But if you look at the law, you're actually the legal owner of your data, right? So in the same way that when you put your car in a parking lot, the parking lot doesn't own your car, right? They couldn't just tell you, hey, we're not gonna give you your car back. It's actually the same thing with your data. Data regulation ensures that you can conveniently actually go and access it, right? It ensures they have to give it back to you within some period of time. But even with no data regulation, you actually have full legal right to your data. Just a question, like who has ever requested like a GDPR or CCPA export of their data? Cool. How long did it take you and what platform was it? Okay.
Google, Meta, they take a few days.
Okay, a few days. Yeah, so often it takes a while, a few days. Sometimes it can take as long as a month or even up to 3 months if they request extra time. You have to dig super deep in the settings, and then it's also kind of inconsistent, so you'll get like one data export, and then if you're trying to build a time series data set, you get a new one and they've changed the format, and you have to like go and kind of wrestle with it. It's easier with AI, but it's still kind of annoying. So fundamentally, kind of what we're building with Vana is a way to be able to unlock data from walled gardens and put it under users' control, right? So usually your data is sitting in every single platform. It's kind of stuck there. What Vana is really an open network that is designed with data as the core primitive. So you run operations on data, you permission data in the same way that you permission kind of funds with a crypto wallet. But something I'll mention too is like you can have an open network that can transact on data, you can have legal rights to data, but if it's inconvenient to be able to use and actually go get your data, then it's very hard in practice. So one of the things I wanted to share today is actually a new tool that we're rolling out this week called Data Connect. And what this is an open source desktop application that allows you to export your data from across platforms. It's very straightforward, so I'll just actually pull it up. I have a dangerous dev build, so if something breaks, yeah. So right now I'm just connecting GitHub, just pulling this data, gonna see what I grab. But I'll also pull up some of the data. So I actually built this data connector today, Shop app, just testing the latest build. And it basically just pulled all my data from across different, like, any Shopify site. So I guess I was buying like Brian Johnson, I don't know, longevity mix. And it essentially pulls that, and then it all lives on my local machine. So whenever I need it, I can just give it to Claude Code and kind of have that data ready to go. And what I'll mention is like, this is so much easier than going and like getting a GDPR export. and is just like super quick to be able to use. And then it also refreshes regularly. So you've got your credentials stored there. It'll automatically kind of go and grab your data. Data connectors. So anyone can, all of this is fully open source. Anyone can build a data connector for a platform. I put 1 hour, but I think with Claude Code, you could probably do it in like under 10 minutes. Or maybe you could probably single shot it, like mobile Claude Code, like in the car. So yeah, you basically just pick a platform. It needs to have a web UI to be able to access the data. We were thinking about trying to get dating app data, which would have been interesting, but so Hinge doesn't have a web UI, Tinder does. I think that would be a fun one to build. It's so funny, usually like with developer instructions, it gives more detail, but like basically you just tell an AI to do it. That's like the instructions of how to build a data connector. So yeah, build a Netflix connector that exports viewing history. And then you test it. So it's basically going into a browser, logging in on your behalf, grabbing data. All of it happens client-side. And now you have data that you can't get anywhere else, right? So if you look at what is typically available via API, platforms make that very restrictive, right? So Shopify doesn't have an API that tells you, here's everything you've ever bought, right? They want to keep that data for themselves. But this allows you to get any of that data out. And then you can contribute a PR, and then anybody can port their data in the same way. All of it's local first, so your data is stored locally. Scraping happens client-side. So yeah, Vana is kind of this protocol to take your data everywhere, right? So your data can be stored on your local machine, can be stored, you've got this kind of compute environment running with it, but then you can plug it into the network so that you can use it across different applications and permission it wherever you want. In terms of how it works, so the data is connected to your wallet. Any EVM-compatible wallet works. You sign a transaction to grant access to data, and then once you've signed that transaction, apps can basically query or kind of run compute on your data. And you can grant granular access. So you can say like, yeah, you can see my ChatGPT memory, but I don't want you to see my full ChatGPT history. And then you also can grant someone access to be able to run an operation on your data, but not see the underlying data. So I wanted to talk about kind of some of the design choices around what user-controlled means, right? So I think at a base level, people can agree like you should control your encryption keys. But I think often, who's coming from more of an AI background versus crypto? More AI and then more crypto? Okay, so often in like more of a crypto context with blockchains, you typically don't have federated systems. Is anyone familiar with like Urbit or Solid Project? Those are like cool. So Vana's like has this personal server that's actually quite similar. So basically, you run your compute and you store your data in environments that you fully control. So you basically can be like, I want to use my desktop for storage. If you've downloaded the Vana app, then you might have had to connect your Google Drive because you're actually using your Google Drive for storage. And yeah, I guess this guy from the picture earlier, I honestly don't know if he has both storage and compute in his fanny pack or like in his sunglasses, but there's somewhere on him, he's kind of got that right with him, well configured. There are also options to use like something cloud hosted, because most people don't want to self-host. And then we also plug into decentralized storage. If you want to build apps and agents with portable personal data, this has also become unbelievably straightforward with AI coding tools. You clone the starter repo, and then you tell the AI what you want. As an example, build me a Rick Rubin style application that surfaces poetic learnings from my ChatGPT conversations and Spotify listen history and their relationship. So you can really pull in a bunch of data. There are some biohackers who've kind of pulled in a bunch of data. And then when you ship to, so you'll try it with your own data locally. But when you ship to production and like one of your friends tries their app, they connect their wallet and then they plug all of their data in, right? So anyone who's got their data connected to their wallet can really easily just plug that in. Just to kind of look at kind of what the world looks like without portable data versus portable data. I mean, I've never used an application that tells you, hey, go export your ChatGPT history, wait 3 days, and then come back to this app and like put it in, because it's just too inconvenient. So typically, yeah, you just don't have the context. Sometimes people will build scrapers themselves. Is anyone familiar with CFAA, the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act? Or gone, okay, so if you've gone down that rabbit hole, basically CFAA is this like law that was designed to prevent hacking. And it was designed to say, hey, you shouldn't be able to hack into somebody's machine. But it's often used by some of the big tech companies to prevent platforms from making it easier to go and let a user take their data out. And so often, if you're trying to build scraping yourself, so something sort of like Plaid, where compute is running server side, you'll get hit with a CFAA issue, which is pretty brutal. So having users scrape their own private data in a personal server, kind of in this environment that they control, is a really unique way to be able to actually do that legally. Yeah, and then kind of finally, I think in the consumer space right now, you want to be able to deliver an amazing experience from day one, right? When the user first interacts with your application, you want to be able to show them like, hey, this works, right? And so I think that having that context from the very beginning is super important. Zooming out a lot, I think that we kind of are living under almost like data serfdom right now. So I was talking to a builder who runs like a creator company, and he's built on the Instagram API. And he was telling me that one of his greatest fears is Instagram blocking his API access, right? And I think that often, so in the days of serfdom, like farmers basically didn't own the land that they were farming on. And because of that, they wouldn't invest a lot in the land, and they were like far less productive. And I think that often when you're building with APIs today, or as a builder, you can just like have the rug pulled out from under you at any point in time. I think that Chris Dixon has actually named this really well, of this kind of attract and then extract cycle. We saw it play out with like Farmville and Facebook, right? Basically, it's like attract people into the platform, but as soon as they start capturing too much value, pull it out from under them. So I think what's really important about data portability is it actually prevents that, right? It gives you kind of this solid land to be able to build on, because the user is literally just taking their data and bringing it into your application. There's a good piece actually by the Obsidian founder called, I think, App over File or File over App, which is essentially kind of talking about this framework of really like data is kind of the core thing, and then you're just putting an app on top of it, right? And we can just layer all these different apps on top of files and on top of data, but it should really stay quite portable. So yeah, I would say if you take one thing away, it is that in an AI native era, data portability is very important. Both as a builder, because it allows you to kind of build with amazing data sources and have users come in with their data ready to go. And also as a user, just because you don't want to be trapped in a single platform. You want your AI to perform really well because it's got really good context. So I have a link to download Data Connect. This is just like the bundled desktop build. We're just rolling this out, so there are honestly a bunch of bugs in the release, so be warned, but good time to go in. If you have a consumer application where you want to integrate portable data and get access to the sorts of data sets that you really just can't get anywhere else, this is how you integrate it. And then finally, if you want to create a data connector, that's relatively straightforward. I think that like there are so many, like the conversations today and so many people in this room are all kind of working towards this vision of like, how do we prevent centralized AI from having too much power, right? We want some kind of decentralized approach. We want sovereignty, and we want superintelligence. And often, it's almost like such a big problem. It's like, well, what do I do tactically, right? And so I have something you can do tactically, which is to build a data connector. Just choose one data source, build a data connector for it, and you're kind of building this bridge from the centralized walled gardens where data exists today towards a more self-sovereign option where you're just kind of storing it on your machine and running it locally. So that's my whole presentation. Happy to take any questions. So I think the biggest barrier to adoption is actually the user experience, because it's really inconvenient to go get your data from platforms. It's kind of intentionally inconvenient. Yeah, but it's getting better. So actually there's really good data regulation, which just got passed in Utah, which we were involved in kind of helping to shape. It's going to affect this summer, and it allows for programmatic data portability, kind of full API access. They're redoing GDPR right now. Meta has a lot of lobbyists pushing it one way, but we're kind of trying to advocate. It's actually really interesting where kind of meet these policymakers, talking to the guy who pushed the Utah thing through. He was telling me that he met some of the tech people, and they were like, it's all big tech lobbyists. They were saying, you can't do this. It would be so small. It would be so hard for smaller companies. It would be a huge burden on them. And then I guess he just knew some tech founders who like ski in Utah or something. And they were like, this would be amazing. Like this would level the playing field for us so much. So yeah, I think that part of it, like regulatory and UX, And then I think also just awareness. Like if you told someone 3 years ago, hey, you should own your data, they'd be like, what do you mean? What are you talking about? But I think that now with AI and kind of thinking about you should own your memory, you should own your context, that matters. And then I would also just say the existing incentive system is set up to really extract a lot of value from that platform lock-in. So there's kind of a lot of forces at play that make that hard to fight.
First of all, it's like super awesome. Like it's the simple interface to connect all your data, and then I know there's a lot of complexity underneath it. We tried to build it a few years back, so super awesome. One question, like as sites are blocking access to agents, what are your thoughts? How to build resiliency into approaches like this, and how you're thinking of adding more features to that?
Yeah, it's kind of always a trade-off, right? So one of the limitations right now is to use the scraping, you have to download a desktop app. Most people don't want to download a desktop app, right? We have a mobile app, but it's more limited in terms of what it's able to access. And so it's super tricky. We've looked at some automated kind of scraping approaches. I'd say it's a combination of issues. One is you do just get blocked. You can use residential IPs and stuff, but one of the issues, so I think now we kind of operate at the scale. So we've had like over 1 million users connect their data. We operate at the scale where we do get pushback. So like the Reddit data DAO got a cease and desist from Reddit. The Spotify one late last year got some issues with Spotify. So because of that, I think we're in a unique position where the platforms also pay attention. So we also run into the CFAA issue, which is the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act. So we need to make sure that the environment in which any data is being scraped is actually controlled by the user. So we're working on, I think the ideal experience almost looks like Plaid for personal data, right? You just put your credentials in, but it's quite tricky. We're trying to get as close as possible to that. But yeah, good question. Yeah.
Because I was having this conversation with, I don't remember who it was, someone yesterday, like Irfan, and he was just like, honestly, people don't care. Like, they just want what works, and like that's where the market is, right? Like, that's why like ChatGPT works. Like, that's why all of these companies are worth like trillions of dollars. Like, I care, but it's like the vast majority of people don't care, and they don't even know to care. So like.
Yeah, I think it really depends on how you frame it to them, right? And I think that like the abstract, I was talking to like a sort of a journalist, activist about this data. I'm trying to get like almost like revolutionaries and activists to help me figure out how to translate data ownership into a message that is more understandable. But their eyes like literally glaze over when I'm like, here's Data Connect, you know, you can connect your data. Because it just like, they don't relate to it. They don't even use ChatGPT, right? So I think that right now, a very small percent of people care. I think that if you framed it in terms of like economic inequality and like honestly the suffering that's going on across the world because of such concentration that's happened of all these really concentrated business models, especially in tech, that come from the ability to have a really strong moat. If you connect that to data, I think that it matters more. But yeah, TBD. I think it depends on how you frame it to each person, right? There's a community of biohackers that pool their data on Vana. I don't think they care that much about ownership. They just care about being able to like run some longevity experiments, right? And so I think that the way you frame it for each person is quite different. And then the other thing I would say is that the voices that care are often a lot quieter, right? The voices that are loud are like big tech lobbyists, right? The voices that are quieter are like someone, I was talking to someone who was starting like pharma thing, and she was like, okay, I have this algorithm that works. I know I need this much data, but the only people who have it are the pharma companies. So so she's like, well, she's like, can your platform be like 3 years along? And I'm like, well, no, we don't have that much medical data right now. But yeah, I think like step by step, and it takes time. Yeah, I think that for the right user base, monetizing your data makes a lot of sense, right? And so a lot of the pools of data on Vana, so we have this primitive data liquidity pool where you can pool data of similar types. Some of them operate as a data DAO, where they're basically pooling their data and they're making joint decisions over their data. And some of them do choose to sell their data. So like the Spotify one was selling data to like a music AI company. I think that it really depends. Like some people's data is worth a ton. So for example, if you have a Tesla and you like drive by like a kid almost running across the street or some edge case, that you can sell to a self-driving company for like $50 to $100, right? So that actually is like very valuable. But then some long tail data, its value kind of changes. So yeah, it depends. The other thing that I think we're kind of shifting towards is almost like attention traces as data, right? So you see kind of the deal like with Thrive and OpenAI where you're actually taking an operating business and then you're trying to have everyone who works there basically just like have all of their knowledge work go in. And I think most people wouldn't necessarily think of that as data today, but that is extremely valuable data, right? Because you're actually building like a knowledge worker. Yeah. Yeah, that's a great question. So I think one thing, most of what people train on as kind of the massive pre-training corpus of like 15 trillion tokens, it's mostly the public internet, right? And so that actually represents a very small percent of overall data in the world. It's like 0.1% of the data is publicly available. And often people assume, oh, they've already trained on my WhatsApp messages, right? But actually, they don't have the right to train on your WhatsApp messages, and they're end-to-end encrypted. So I think there's more data than one realizes. But it honestly depends, right? I think that in some cases, they do need more data of a certain type. In other cases, they don't. And then the other thing I think about is like, so you can picture like public data, and then you can picture like all private data that requires like a login to access. And then picture like an even bigger circle, which is basically all data that could be generated in the world in the future, right? So like recordings of conversations, like rewind AI type stuff, even just like robots going out and about. And I think that that data is actually a lot of what people want to train on. A lot of what the labs are buying right now is like having people generate very specific data sets to solve a specific, so I guess it's basically to improve on a specific benchmark. But yeah, it changes super quickly. That's a good question.
So I'm really intrigued on this Reddit pushback or like Spotify pushback. So what's the theory under which they cease and desist if like the users are just submitting their own data?
Yeah, so it is basically whatever they can find to complain about. So with Reddit specifically, they were saying users don't have the right to do this. And it was a mainstream kind of tech journal, I think a TechCrunch journalist was writing about this. And they said it's okay that users can export their data. They have a legal right to do that. But this is an abuse of our legal export system. So there's actually a hilarious thread there on the Spotify one. An Ars Technica reporter wrote an article about it. And the sort of framing that Spotify had was like, they can't do this. It's an abuse of the data export system. And one of the commenters was like, actually, you know, I kind of want to find that comment because it's so funny. And it captures it perfectly. Okay, so I need to dig in the comment section. Let's see. Okay, so Spotify's spokesperson said, all of our users can receive a copy of their personal data to use as they see fit. And then the commenter says, as they see fit, such as uploading their data to pool with other users' data for analysis. So exactly that, right? And so to be honest, like, I don't think they have that much to stand on. But I would also say, so the founder of the Spotify Data DAO is he's a Ukrainian developer who's kind of a refugee in Canada. He got so freaked out by the cease and desist, right? And so I think that like even it was to him. It's to the Data DAOs, yeah. And so it scared him. Like we have a legal team, et cetera, on the Vana side, but he didn't have that. And we were like, look, we support you in all of this. We think you have a right. It's okay. But it is definitely scary. The Spotify one specifically, they were saying that the term unwrapped was a violation because of wrapped. So maybe that could have stood up. But yeah, I mean, they'll kind of do anything. I mean, I honestly expect it to get worse. It can help us from a PR perspective. Like, because Spotify was pissed, this got a lot more coverage. And people who don't otherwise know about Vana were kind of coming into the ecosystem and learning about it. But yeah, it's just a battle, right? When there's someone in power and you're shifting things around, they will do things to try to prevent that. Okay, thanks so much. I'll be around if there are any questions. Appreciate them.
Thank you so much, Anna. All right, for our last act here, we're going to have a panel of investors, Sorry about that. We're going to have a panel of 3 investors here, so something nice and interesting to close us out. So please welcome to the stage Haseeb Qureshi, Anand Iyer, and Beck Kim.
What's up, guys? How you guys doing?
Great. Thank you, everyone, for
Doing
staying
amazing.
so late in Presidio. It's so
yeah,
far
thanks
from
for not leaving except those 2 people.
Yeah.
They're going to be back. Well, cool. Yeah, thanks for doing this. I love the backdrop of the foghorn to remind you that it's fairly late in the evening. I wanted to start off with something fairly serious to kind of kick this off, right? Which is, what are your OpenClaw agent names? And please don't say Claudia, because that's taken.
I feel like you have really good edge because your Twitter handle is already AI, so you have the best name for a lot of your agents probably. But mine's my dog's name, Enzo, and then he's basically the engineering manager, and we have a bunch of different dog names, managing different dogs, and that's been working out really well. It's easy to just come out. I go to these Italian Greyhound meetups, and I just pick up names and just name them.
Oh wow, that's really cute.
That's cool. What about you, Haseeb?
I have a couple, but the main one I use is named Bombot, which is a long story, so I'm not going to go into it. Doesn't matter. But yeah, I have one with a Telegram chat in my family that we use to adjudicate fights in the family chat.
All right. So not a greyhound. So actually, let's just dive into that. Like, what are you using? Are you using this system? Because we were on some group chats, and you were like, I'm not really sure what this is useful for, but have you found usage for this thing, Haseeb?
So candidly, I have not. I think there's a lot of productivity porn out there right now about this idea that you can automate your life using OpenClaw and it'll run a fucking business for you. It'll do all this crazy shit. It's it's gonna call people to handle customer support and just I think the reality is that the number of people who are getting this kind of productivity out of OpenClaw is 20. And vast majority of other people have tried it once and they're like, yeah, this is kind of finicky, or they're using it for very limited uses. So for me, I think you can. It's kind of it's a chatbot on steroids, and there's some automation in there, but it's really if you really want to build some kind of automated system, you're probably better off doing it vibe coding it yourself. Yeah. And building it in exactly to spec that you want, as opposed to obeying the pretty rigid mechanisms that OpenClaw prescribes. But if you want something out of the box that will talk to you on WhatsApp and generate GIFs and do all this other fun stuff, OpenClaw can do that really quickly. But if you try to give it access to your email and say, great, take over my life and don't make any mistakes, you're going to have a really bad day.
I think the myth is that this was supposed to be a productivity tool, but we're actually spending more time refining this thing, trying to squeeze some juice out of it. I was in a board meeting last week, and the CEO was just heavily distracted trying to set up OpenClaw. It was a disaster.
Wait, during the board meeting?
During the board meeting. Oh, wow. Yeah.
Is this company not doing well?
So let's back deflect. Yeah. Are you using this thing, or is it working for you?
Yeah, so I think many people assume that VCs are really, really busy. But then,
wait, I'm really busy. Wait, what are you talking about?
We're busy, but then, we already kind of optimize a lot of the productivity as a investor, research, and a lot of things, portfolio. And I was like, OpenClaw is great, so what can I do? So I tried everything, but then I realized that my life is kind of simple. in a way, in terms of like work, life and all these. So we actually co-hosted OpenCloud meetup, like the very first one in SF, and I went to CloudCon, and I was demoing my own thing, but then, I get so many inspiration, like, I can do that, but then I come back home after a drive, and do I need that? Do I really need
Okay,
that?
so what you were at this CloudCon conference. What did you see? Tell me about like the stuff you were seeing that people were actually doing.
A lot of AI girlfriends. A lot of kind of like a concierge, but I think the inspiration that I got was the removal of interface. Because you've been in tech company, I've been in tech company. We learned a lot about UX, UI, but then the way that this community was thinking, the interface was changing. How it's contractual, autonomous, and it actually brought back a lot of a flashback that I had on how I joined the crypto industry. In like 2017, it was my first hackathon in SF for crypto, and how like a lot of things are early, and we kind of build for kind of smart contract and DAO, not like for human, and like crypto is just brutally bad for UX, and people always say, we need better on-ramp, better UX, and all these things, but then now, like the idea about interface is changing. That I think that was kind of the biggest takeaway from me than like single different ideas that are inspiration. That this is like a small hint that we're changing the whole way that we interact with the models or apps or any kind of services.
Actually, the analogy that very much comes to mind, because like what struck me about your answer was that there still wasn't really any examples of anyone doing anything. It's like, AI girlfriend. It's like we already have that. Yeah. Isn't that like the first thing people did when they had AIs? But what strikes me, it's actually very reminiscent of early Ethereum, right? So like if you read the Ethereum white paper, there's all this stuff in there about, we're going to create tokens and finance and prediction markets and blah, blah, blah. But if you went on early Ethereum, there was kind of nothing to do, right? Like early days of Ethereum, like people made some tokens, they made some like, scams, they made some kind of gambling games. It was all kind of stupid. And if you went there, you were kind of like, well, no one's really doing anything. Like there's these big stories that people are telling, but like there's not a lot of juice there, and maybe it's bullshit. Maybe I should go home and like ignore this whole Ethereum thing. And obviously that was the wrong answer for Ethereum, right? It was actually very early, and building things on Ethereum with the level of robustness you need to actually create financial applications just took way more time than actually just building raw Ethereum, right? So it took until like 2017, 2018 until we started to see DeFi. It was like 2 years of people trying random stuff that just didn't work until DeFi really started to become a thing. In the same way, I suspect for OpenClaw has had such a moment. It's had so much mindshare. And like to be clear, these Twitter boosters who are like making up these ridiculous stories about how they're automating their lives and their businesses or whatever, like they're also doing important work because they're getting people excited about a vision. And people really want to believe this. They really want to believe this. They really want to believe someone out there is like making 5 million ARR while they sleep because their OpenClaw built some amazing business for them. And it's not true, but people are waiting for it to be true. And the moment that they feel like it's true, they're going to go try it again. So I think this ecosystem is just going to keep growing like crazy because everybody is going to keep adding and improving and solidifying this particular ecosystem until it becomes a thing everyone wants it to be.
Yeah, and I think the best way to really learn what we can do and figure out eventually is just doing it, right? And ever since the Open Cloud and Cloud Opus, and we've been using AI heavily internally at the Hash, and we also came to the conclusion that so what should we build? And we couldn't answer ourselves. We could do a lot of different things, but then let's get inspiration from others, just like typical VC, right? So we actually launched the Vibe Labs incubator program as a very much experiment. And this is like kind of going back to your point on early Ethereum. We actually launched like Hash Studio, like accelerator in like 18, 19, and that's where we were trying to figure out what can we do with Ethereum. Let's go gaming, entertainment, all these. So that's why we incubated Xe Infinity early on, like Sandbox. So maybe let's do that again. So we launched Vibe Labs. And interestingly, so we just closed applications. So we're going through the list. And we got like 400 application, all solo founder, global, and a lady, I think like 10% of applicants are at $1 million ARR.
How quickly did that happen?
Within like 5 weeks, I think, and the whole program is 8 weeks. So what we're realizing is that because like, as a doer, builder, we were like, let's just try it and see what people build. Sure. And we were realizing that, oh shit, like these things are actually working, you know, like, and to be honest, as a crypto investor, like these are like faster ARR growth in a lot of our crypto portfolios too, right? So like, yeah, it's not really real yet, but then it's also kind of real in that things are moving and the numbers are coming. So we're still like really open book, iterating that, okay, what can we do here? Like what's gonna be our playbook? What do we invest? What's the mode? Like there's not much answer yet, but we're trying to kind of survive as a VC to figure out how can we add value here? You know, how can we help them? Because like these are like young 20 builder, solo, building $1 million business. What can we do as a VC? And you know, things are like kind of connections, right? Like for example, you know, one guy is building some like a tourism-related app, and it's a lady making money. And we happen to have Abu Dhabi office, so we put him in front of an Etihad chairman. And that's kind of the, I think, the distribution we can make for these kind of AI builders, right? That's very different from kind of commenting on your token model, consensus model, or you know how your code is structured and such. So really, you know, it's been really exciting and also kind of scary for us. But trying to really ride the wave together with the builders.
Yeah. Thank you. Haseeb, something you mentioned, which is, you know, Ethereum was kind of flat for a while. DeFi became a thing. TVL became the North Star metric. That kind of, I think it spurred network effects, right? Because the more TVL you had, the more builders came in, and that kind of like spurred something. So I wonder if there's something like that with OpenClaw that's to come. I'm curious from the audience, though, I guess how many have an instance of OpenClaw running? I'm just curious. Like, if you could raise your hands. Okay, that's a good number. How many of you, of the people who raised your hands, how many have connected any form of proprietary data to OpenClaw? 2, 3, okay.
Very few.
Very few. Just, but no, that's.
How many of those people? How many regret it?
How many have you have still got it connected? I guess.
Okay. Oh, she's a believer. We got a believer. Okay.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Love that. Okay. Humans are toast. Okay. All right.
Nice.
Talk to me after.
Yeah. We were to begin with. I guess that's interesting. To zoom out, I guess, you know, I was thinking a little bit about like the scope of this conference or this event, which was like around open source AI, right? So maybe just to get a little bit of insights from you, like what does that mean to you back? Like what does open source AI mean to you?
I was also kind of thinking about this because like right now the centralized or like a closed and you know, AIs are basically on a roll in terms of like impacting the market, you know, feature I use more of those more also. But why would open source AI do well are probably like mainly 3 things, like auditability that we can actually learn and trace. Second is composability, very familiar with the crypto people on permissionlessness, you can build on top. And I think third is really the big thing, which is a no kill switch that you continue to build on, but then they won't really kill it from some kind of a institution that can make the decision based on political reasons or business reasons. So those are big ones, and other cases is just kind of putting my crypto perspective on.
Sorry, Becca, just something you said, there's no kill switch, but so with an open weights model though, I just want to pick on that for a second because I mean, there's so much news about this just in the last few days. Might have changed since we've been sitting in the last few minutes, but you know, with distillation, with I guess to your point, the lack of transparency in how some of these open weights models are really built. Do you really believe that there isn't such a thing as a kill switch when it comes to like open weights? I mean, because most of these are built in an obscure manner, right?
Yeah,
so we don't really know how it's
Yeah, and that's kind of where I put like my crypto perspective on, where you know these open source projects kind of start slow and you know takes time, and they are still centralized in a way in terms of that kill switch. But eventually, when it gets picked up and grow, you know it's going to be very hard to have that. And I used to be software engineer before. I used to work at AWS, and kind of uniquely, I was actually working on a lot of security open source stack that Amazon used. But what a lot of people think open source software is actually very philanthropic, open, goodwill, but it's actually very political because it's a lot of money involved, right? Like AWS pushing that, like Git repo, like, hey, do it this way, not that way. Like it was really interesting experience that I came in as a young engineer thinking open source is a good thing, but it's actually very dynamic. So that, I think governance and the dynamic hasn't really formed in open source AI. So that's something I'm very curious and optimistic. Obviously there's a risk there, And I think another angle here is also, as Americans, we talk a lot about U.S. China, AI angle. But I think what we are actually talking more about is open source AI versus, Silicon Valley AI right now. So I still have that optimism, but really curious how it's going to evolve also.
I mean, look, practically speaking, open source AI is Chinese AI. All the American open source AI models suck. GPT-OSS 120B was terrible at the time that it was released. Now it's even worse. So the reality is that, so there was you alluded to the story that just came out a couple days ago, that Anthropic discovered that a bunch of the Chinese labs were distilling against US models. And this was pretty widely known. People it was pretty obvious, right? If you go to GLM-5 and you ask it, who are you? It will say, I'm Claude, trained by Anthropic. So it was pretty clear that they were doing this, right? It's very, very obvious. But it was very recently that they found there's like this network of 25,000 accounts that were illegally set up through all these like data brokers that, like if you're in China and you want to get access to frontier models, you're in China, you don't use Chinese models, right? If you're in China, you want to get on Claude, you want to get on GPT-5, you want to get on Gemini. So there are all these resellers that basically will like proxy requests on these shared accounts to allow you to get access to frontier models, because if you're in China, you're also trying to do the same shit we're all trying to do. So the reality is that it's an arms race, and it's going to continue to be an arms race for the foreseeable future. The problem with this story about decentralized AI, or we just say open source AI, or open weight models, is that for AI, it's unlike crypto in that basically nobody is ideological about AI. It's like a rounding error of people who exist who are ideological about AI. People want their AI girlfriends, and they want them to be really smart and to remember their birthdays, and that's kind of it.
They want outcome.
Yeah, exactly. It's such an incredibly persuasive technology with its sheer utility that people mostly don't give a shit, right? Like there's some performative stuff about, oh, they're training on the artists, and what about the authors, and what about the blah, blah, blah. And like the New York Times will write about this, but they all fucking use the same stuff that we do, right? And so I find it to be very unlike crypto in that way. In crypto, there really was this ideological contingency that was actually pretty big. Like people who really did believe that there's something fundamentally rotten about the core of fiat currencies. There's many, many, many fewer people who believe that about AI, or who are willing to act on those beliefs. Now, that being said, today it's actually not that hard, because if you look at the frontier models, or the frontier open models, like Kimi is actually pretty good at tool calling, GLM is actually pretty good at writing, but now that this distillation door has been closed shut, we don't know how tightly it's been closed, but now that it's been closed, you should expect to see the gap grow. And now with the power of Claude Code, the power of all these agentic coding tools, like the reality is that if you're not able to distill on these models anymore to the same extent you were, and if you're not getting these RL loops, right? In the pre-training era, it's very easy to also train on the internet, especially if you're somebody who you don't really care about paying the people who have the data, and you just download it online, whatever, then it's very easy to get the same pre-training corpus. Post-training, which is now where 80% of the money is spent, is much, much harder to get the same data because it's all proprietary. They're generating it themselves. It's not, you can't just suck it up through the internet. So the only way you can get to the same quality is either one, you're spending the same amount of money, two, you have the same size teams, which nobody does compared to what we have in the US, or three, you're distilling on the outputs of a model that's already done all that post-training. Those are your only paths to getting to parity. So I think it's actually, in a way, somewhat dire for open weights to be able to continue to compete going forward over the next 5 years.
But you don't think the cost is a factor here? Because, I mean, theoretically, per token, you could get any one of these open weights models much cheaper than, let's say, an Opus token, right?
Yeah, that's absolutely true. But the same thing, how did they build Sonnet? They built Sonnet by distilling on Opus, right? And how did they build Haiku? They did the same thing. They distilled against Sonnet. So all these labs are going to do the distillation themselves. Now, that all being said, look, if you can't afford tokens from Anthropic, you'll buy tokens from Gemini. And Gemini very clearly is going super, super underpriced and super, super cheap, right? So I think what you will see is among the big labs, effectively, one last point, because I know I've been rambling for a little bit. In China, people often talk about this problem of overcompetition, right? What is overcompetition? Overcompetition is this idea that, take BYD or take all of these solar panel companies in China. They are almost all of them are losing money. How is that possible? How can almost every single company in a sector be losing money? The answer is that the government's subsidizing it. And if the government's subsidizing the entire industry, then basically you can have the situation where every single company is losing money, but the overall industry is gaining market share globally. And from the government's perspective, that's good. They actually like that. They're like, yo, we're willing to subsidize you a little bit just so that we can go take over the entire world. So this is industrial policy 101, right? So China right now has this overcompetition problem, and they're struggling to wean off of it. And what overcompetition does is it means that everything is being supplied too cheaply, right? Chinese cars are too cheap, or Chinese solar panels are too cheap. They're cheaper than they would be in a free market. I think this is actually what's happening right now in AI. I think that basically there's overcompetition right now in tokens. Tokens are too cheap. They're cheaper than they should be. And now why do I say that? Why I say that is because if you look at, like we have now, like if you had asked me 5 years ago, we now have basically human level intelligence that can code better than full-time software engineers, and it costs $20 a month. I'd be like, I would expect that to cost $5,000 a month, right? This is, and the reality is that almost everybody who's using these tools is using them for free. When we first started this, right, when ChatGPT first launched and all this AI boom, there were so many conversations about, but what about poor people? What about people who can't afford to pay for this stuff? Isn't that going to lead to this big differential in society? The answer is no. Like, absolutely not. It's literally all free, and still most people aren't using it for anything besides a therapist, right? So what that tells you is that we're in this weird equilibrium where almost all these tools are incredibly cheap relative to the value that they're providing to society. And not just that, even Opus is cheap for what it's providing, but then you've got like Gemini or Grok that are trying to undercut even the people who are undercutting them. Right. So I think we're not going to end up in a world where, well, you have to use open source AI because, you know, it's nothing else is going to be as cheap.
Yeah. So if we had to forecast, like next year, we're sitting here at this thing, at this event, do you think open weights models stand a chance? Like, I mean, like based on what you're saying, it sounds like you're bearish maybe on open weights AI. Is that
I'm a little bit, I am bearish. That being said, I do not, I wouldn't want to dismiss the indomitable human spirit at being able to find ways to break the terms of service. So I don't know if people saw, but very recently, right after the Opus Anthropic announced, like, hey, we're cutting off all these Chinese bad guys, you know, they can't access our APIs anymore. The same day that happened, some guy on Twitter, I forget his name, posted, hey, Anthropic, because you've been training on all our shit, I've decided that I'm going to release all of my Claude Code conversations, which is like 155,000 turns of conversation with it, on Hugging Face. And it's my data, so fuck you. Here it is, anybody can download it. And Elon Musk retweeted it, so it got like 18 million views. And I think a bunch of people saw that, and he released like a tool that allows anyone to do this themselves. And so I think what you're going to see is this kind of almost like civil disobedience. Because the reality is that the labs have to give you ownership of the IP. Otherwise, like, because you're using it to code, right? You're using it to build stuff. So if it's not your IP, then how the fuck are you going to use it? So there's this fundamental problem that they're giving you the data. They're giving you the output, but they don't want China to get the output. And there's no way that they're going to stop that in the limit. So I think now there's things that they can do to restrict the chain of thought. There are things that they can do to like restrict some of these things. But at the end of the day, if all the output is there, you are going to be able to do distillation.
This has turned into a giant Vana pitch, I feel like, over the last couple
This
of years.
is all a giant Vana pitch.
Yeah.
She actually sponsored this whole last panel.
Hat tip, we should call that out, but that's fair. Okay, so I guess, so like, how should we think about moats here, like as investors? What's investable in this category, Beck? How do you think about this? I mean, for example, with this incubator and some applications that you saw getting built there, seems like that's at the top of the stack, right? But yeah, how do you think about what are some investable categories here?
It's been super interesting because you know, there's been so many narrative on how models are getting commoditized, the layers getting commoditized, and you know, it's been in the human history in tech that where like layers like AWS has been getting commoditized in a way that the value of companies on top are much bigger than AWS as a value capture. But in AI, it's been kind of progressing in a bit different way. So I think it will take some time to really see how those value capture like build on that stack. But as a investor, we've been more focusing on the vertical integration as a value capture. At least for now, what we are seeing with the innovation, the incubation that we are doing, and the founders that we are meeting, we are seeing much faster progress to actual revenue and building product when they come with the domain expertise to build and distribute and utilize the current tools available at the best. Because these tools will continue to be better and better. How do you actually, time that, and also how do you even, say that there's a mode when these things just keep evolve, right? But compared to, I think, like what we saw in crypto, where we had that protocol thesis, and then we talked about how Ethereum is great, and then the Solana is great, and then there's new chain that's great. But I don't think AI is going in that direction as much, given how much the real things are happening, the outcome is coming, and it's a very convincing narrative, and the actual revenues are happening. That's kind of the stack that we've been really kind of looking into. And then there's obvious ones that are the moat, which are the hard tech, right? Which as a Korean and a lot of our investors in our fund coming from the manufacturing, memory, semiconductor, energy, defense tech, these kind of guys, like we're kind of recognizing new moat in a way that were kind of boring tech before that. We kind of assume they exist, but then we didn't really think too much about them as a moat or actual advantage. But we're seeing the scarcity of manufacturing in the U.S., energy, a lot of these things that we didn't really think about as kind of given, and we think of a country as America's rich, we have everything, and we're starting to notice these moats actually come back. As a fund, we've been actually looking quite wide range within the AI stack on the mode, not trying to just figure out in the kind of venture product stack, but really going through the stack to see what can be investable down the line, especially when things are becoming more like I think there's a meme going on like a service as a software, not like software as a service, which is like just getting that outcome coming. So yeah, like that's kind of like where we've been just really exploring.
Moats?
Moats. Well, look, I'm a crypto investor, not an AI investor, so I don't know that I have deep insight. But I would say, look, at this stage, I wouldn't worry too much about moats. Like, moats are things that people realize in retrospect, not looking forward. So like the early social media companies, they had no idea whether they had moats or not. They just knew they had good products. So I'd say the number one thing, like, does OpenClaw have a moat? Like, not obviously, but it's super cool. It's super viral. It like captured everybody's imagination, and so people are building around it. But if somebody builds a better thing next, or if OpenAI says, oh, great, now that we've got Peter Steinberger, we're going to build like, OpenAI Claw, and that's going to become an even better standard, and it's more secure, and it's more this, and it's more that. It's possible that this thing gets superseded, right? We've saw the same thing with LangChain. LangChain was the super hotness very early on, and now I haven't heard of it in ages. So the reality is that these things can move and evolve fast, and I think it's a little bit unwise to fixate too much on trying to build something with a moat. Instead, just try to build something someone wants. Yeah. And most likely you'll end up getting driven in a better direction that way than by trying to do some business school analysis or something.
Yeah, and since we have a lot of the builders and founders here I met earlier today, something that we did notice as an investor, like early stage venture investors, especially running this incubator program on the AI builders too, is I think the momentum is becoming kind of the moat aspect. Whether that's a model or the product that you're building, or even as a human, you have that momentum to continually adapt and react and build. That's something that we've been really noticing when we do due diligence on some of the new companies we see, not just like a revenue metric, but like as a team, do they have this momentum to kind of go through all this new tech? Because like every day we wake up, we just get bombarded with all the new productivity hacks, all the new OpenClaw usage or new models. Do we have these founders that have moat, and are they building something that can build on that momentum continuously? That as a stack, it might not look like there's a moat, but as a momentum, it's hard to catch up on that momentum. How do you keep that sustainable and going is, I think, becoming kind of the new playbook for these startups, other than the capital injection part, which kind of accelerate that also.
Yeah. Capital raising is your moat. I think we're at time, but can we take a couple of questions?
Yeah.
So does that work? Yeah? All right. Folks, there's a question right here. Yeah.
Are you guys deploying capital actively right now? What's the ideal startup project that you envision has a high potential in the space?
Yeah, I mean, you just raised big money, so.
we did. Yeah, we have money. So I always suck at answering questions like this because it's like, as a VC, I'm kind of the discriminator. I'm not the generator. I can see an idea and be like, oh, this is interesting for this reason or not interesting for that reason. If I had a great startup idea, I would quit and just go build that. I don't know. I would say, look, like on some level, there's so much changing right now. And it's changing, you know, to your point, it's like changing every fucking day. So it's really difficult to build in a space that's changing very fast, because you might say, oh, great, like clearly everybody's using XYZ for this use case. And then the next month, like, oh, wait, no, that thing's stupid. Like, no one's using that anymore. Now they're using this. And so on some level, you kind of have to just swallow your anxiety and just go commit to an idea, even though like the ground is moving and the tectonic plates are shifting very rapidly, and just be like, yo, I'm gonna fucking go for it. And if it doesn't work out and nobody cares about this thing a month from now, just say like, well, shit, all right, now what? Like your speed of iteration, these tools allow you to iterate much faster, and you have to embrace that in the way that you're exploring startup ideas.
So to answer your question, yes, but you know how like in the venture capital, people say the deal that you invested that had the most kind of conflict among investment committee did the best, not the all consensus ones. But then because world is changing every day, we're noticing that in our investment committee, we're like fighting all the time now. Like everyone has so different thoughts now. Like they're reading maybe their agent is giving them different algorithm to them than like when before we were reading all same crypto Twitter, you know? So it's like deviating so fast, and the idea is endless, and the opportunity cost is gone because you can build so fast. So like it just makes you think so much that now we're like, what if, right? So it's getting really hard to come to like everyone high conviction betting. But you know, as an investor, we gotta be optimistic about future, right? And that's why we invest in the future over 10 years. So we're deploying, but it's coming to a very interesting dynamic internally as a fund too.
I'll also plug for our firm. Yes, we're deploying. Thinking a lot about second order effects of AI and frontier tech. So loose plug. Any question here?
Hi, I'm Lena from Virtual Ventures. So I actually met you on last year. Nice to meet you. The last question was about like in this current AI landscape, what will be the investable like companies? Want to hear your aspect because you're the moderator, and also curious like Beck, you have screened all these like applicants from Vibe Labs, and you said like about 10% is actually generating revenue. What kind of like projects are them? Like,
yeah, I think the beauty of being moderator is that I don't have to answer any questions, so I can just deflect. So we have a few theses, and I'll just pick apart a few. One of which is, yes, there's a lot of money chasing neo labs, chasing giant foundational models. We have a antithetical focus on non-neural networks, on small models, on specialized models, and things like that we think are going to be more energy efficient, will cost less to train, but will attack like niche areas that haven't been tapped into yet. So like loosely speaking, like AI for science, for example, things like that. So there's like, you know, given everything we've done with AI so far, it's a great chatbot, it can code really well. What are some of the areas that AI hasn't really sort of transitioned into yet? So that's one. The question on defensibility and moats, you know, we think about that a lot. And there's an ongoing narrative right now that, you know, anything that can be built with software will get built with software, right? So it's just going to happen. So the question is, what is the founder's like defensibility? Where can they kind of stand out and break out? And maybe the transition, maybe the timing is now, just like very topical, is that you kind of focus more on atoms and not just bits and bytes, right? So it kind of this transition into robotics or hardware, I think is going full stack is more interesting to us as well. And then yeah, second order effects, energy, quantum, you know, things like that. I guess we've kind of asked ourselves, like, let's say AGI is here, like what is steady state at this point? And those are some of the things we're trying to look to back today. So yeah, that's my cop-out answer.
Yeah, second question on who are the ones that are making money. We're going to be announcing them pretty soon, so watch out for the demo day. But these are like really random shit. Like that's kind of obvious, but then I wasn't, I guess, diligent enough to build. But then they executed on it and then actually did a sales on it too. Like not just like some of the ones that are making, I think, the biggest AR are like they made everything in AI, but the actual sale happened on the ground, like in person, and he was scaling that. So it was just kind of endless. There was no pattern on like who's actually making. Like it wasn't really a category concentration that this category makes more money. It was just, I think, more on founder that were really utilizing the tool and connecting them with the money opportunity, and actually spending time and sweat and all that to do it. So nothing different from any other startup that we've been seeing, but just in a much faster scale that we've ever seen before. Yeah.
Question over here.
I'm kind of curious as investors if you guys feel like the labs have already grown into their valuations, the big foundation model labs, and if not, which parts of the stack they need to capture in order to grow into the valuations.
Well, we're not labs investors. Yeah, I mean, we don't invest in Anthropic or whatever. But I think anybody who's balking at Anthropic at 380 billion is out of their mind. I think it's very clear that these are going to be some of the most valuable companies on earth, and the stock market's reacting accordingly. Is that every time they release a fucking blog post, they kneecap another company. So I think it was just the other day that Anthropic wiped out like $500 billion off the stock market. So that's less than their current valuation. So these might be in some ways the most capital destructive companies we've ever seen. I suspect that it's not much of a stretch to imagine that basically the people who are selling you the most intelligent things that humankind has ever created are going to be worth a lot of money. Now the revenues are Anthropic right now is at something like 10 billion. They say they're growing 10x year over year, and they've grown that way for the last several years. So I don't think they think it's likely that they'll hit 100 billion in revenue this year, but it's also not crazy that they'll hit 50 billion. So I think the answer is yes, these are very, very reasonable valuations, given that these things very clearly, ChatGPT is the most viral application that we've seen on the consumer side for a long, long time. It's very clearly displacing most consumers' front end of how they're interacting with the rest of the world. And for Anthropic, it's penetration into businesses. I mean, just look at what the DoD is doing. Like Pentagon is literally freaking out that they're losing access to their favorite AI and threatening them with basically the Defense Production Act. So yeah, these are really good. These companies are really good at what they do.
Not focusing too much on kind of the AI model and such, but just really looking at from a financial perspective of value capture and as an investor, and us coming from crypto venture investing. When we reflect on 10 years of crypto investing in venture, what really made big money was layer ones, exchanges, and stable coins. Why were they the more sustainable, continue to make cash flow or make big upside for investors or the people in the ecosystem? I think one of the main reasons, all the fundamentals aside, I think the main thing was world is becoming more and more efficient and very liquid. And I think crypto industry saw that as a more of a teaser before the AI boom came. And now AI is making the whole world very liquid, very efficient, and very smart. And that's getting concentrated to this stack that you mentioned as a giant labs. So I also have a little bit of a kind of nervousness that is this going to be similar for AI? In that, we use all these apps, but then, I also do feel as a active vibe coder now, all these apps are feeling kind of like a TikTok short form reels, right? Because you try it and then, have fun, great, make some money on app, or have a lot of engagement, and then it's gone, it's not cool anymore. So we are kind of a time span of attention is getting smaller and smaller with TikTok and Instagram, but then now with apps it's happening, right? And I think ACNZ or someone reported that for the first time the app download percentage is going up right now, and it's been flat for a long time. And is that actually a good thing for apps? I'm actually thinking that it's becoming a really a consumable things that just go away. And we saw that a lot in crypto, right? DeFi, dApps, games, it's hot, $1 billion TVL, $1 billion, and then they kind of go down because narrative changed, trends change, people look for better yield, better performance, or better security. So things are just getting so fast. So in AI, I'm kind of scared that it might actually end up just being those giant ones that just absorb all the value capture also. I hope not, but it's really looking similar to what we experience in crypto in a way.
I mean, okay, so let me push back on this. So one, a lot of the arguments that people have levied against traditional Web2 companies is that they're so sticky. They have so much lock-in, and because they have all this lock-in, they can just kind of exploit you, right? I mean, that's obviously literally part of the story that we just heard. If we go to this world where apps are rising and falling and they're kind of just ephemeral and there's no real sense in which you're stuck inside of Instagram or inside of Facebook or inside of Spotify, because they can easily just grab your data from this other thing, export it, bring it in instantly, and now they've got this personalized thing that they've vibe coded the whole thing together. That sounds actually better, right? Isn't that isn't that what we want? Is a world where there is no lock-in, there is no stickiness, there's pure competition. That does seem good, or at least like that's the only alternative to the lock-in world that we were previously living in. But the other thing is that, like, for ChatGPT, for Anthropic, I mean, just take Claude Code, right? For Claude Code, what is your lock-in into Claude Code? Right now, it's like, well, I literally know a bunch of people who are using both Claude Code and Codex in the same code base, right? They're like, oh, Claude Code is better at like writing the code, but then Codex is better at looking for bugs. And so they literally switch between the two in the same code base, and they both read the agents.md. So like, there's literally no lock-in. It's only, like, as long as Claude Code is the better product, people will use it. If, you know, Grok comes out tomorrow with like Grok Code and Grok Code's amazing, people will switch. And I think that that's a sign actually of an extremely healthy market, which is that right now, the only exception to that is really ChatGPT. ChatGPT very clearly enormous amounts of lock-in, and people are very emotional about their connection to ChatGPT. And this is the thing that I think is going to be hardest to compete with. Because when people have these anthropomorphized, you know, kind of interpersonal connection with like, no, ChatGPT really understands me. And I'm like, have you looked at the memories? Like, and they read the memories, they're like, that's it? That's all it knows about me? I'm like, yeah, that's it. The rest is in your head. People really don't want to hear that. They're very convinced that their ChatGPT like knows their soul. Like if you export your memories into you know, Grok or something, and you say, hey, Grok, now download all my ChatGPT memories, like, no, it's not the same. It's not my ChatGPT. So this stuff is extremely sticky, and I'm very bearish that it will ever go away. But for the utility stuff like coding, which is, you know, right now it's all of Anthropic's revenue is just that. I actually think that this is very, very healthy competition.
One more, yeah. Do you think the competition is, like for Claude Code, I think it makes sense, but for like enterprise level deals, like it's like the switchability is like definitely a lot harder, right? Just because of like all the deals and all the legality and stuff that they have to go through.
Yeah, no, that's certainly true. That being said, I'd imagine a lot of these companies, so like many of the companies that I know, I have friends who work there, they both have Claude and Codex subscriptions. Yeah, they have everything, right? And like you'll have ChatGPT at least, if not Codex. Right now, what you can see is that OpenAI is desperately trying to push Codex because they know they're losing, they're way behind, and they know their valuation is going to suffer if they completely lose that entire coding market. So actually what you're seeing is that, like, you know, Gemini is trying to give this away, OpenAI is trying to give this away because they want to get some foothold in the market. And right now, even though maybe you're seeing it on Twitter, like Codex and Antimatter or whatever it's called, Anti-Gravity, they're tiny compared to Claude Code. Claude Code is absolutely just decimating the market. So the reality today is that there's competition even within a lot of enterprises.
Cool. All right, maybe we'll do one more. We'll wrap it up.
Last one, absolutely last one.
So where do you guys see crypto AI intersection PMF?
Where do I see it getting PMF?
Yeah, with the crypto AI thing.
You want to go first?
Yeah, Beck.
I'm not the best one because we haven't really invested in that many crypto AI investment, mainly because we couldn't really find good PMF during the stage that we were investing in. So maybe not the best one to answer. But I do see value in a lot of these kind of decentralized data stacks or the inference or, you know, lower compute. Because like right now it's focused on kind of high performance, but down the line as it gets more commoditized, I think there will be room for these decentralized stacks. But today, you know, I'm not too sure yet. Yeah.
I'll take a swing because we spend a lot of time looking at the stack. You know, I guess, you know, this is a long conversation because, you know, what would you mean by crypto here? Like, what does crypto AI really, like, what does the crypto and crypto AI mean, right? And loosely speaking, there's like this model in our heads, which is like, can you use cryptographic primitives to do things like decentralized AI? You know, can AI actually support things like DeFi? So like, it can go both ways. So like, I guess it really depends. I would say the latter is like, it's very evident, right? Like we've got DeFi, I don't know what the TVL is today, but clearly using AI in our day-to-day DeFi lives, that makes a ton of sense, right? So I think that PMF is adjacent and we could get there. Now, granted, I think we're kind of working our way there through agents, among other things, and so I think we're in an interesting cycle right now to prove that out. I think the former is like a longer, you know, it's a longer push. I haven't seen PMF there yet with like Can we truly do things like training at scale in a distributed fashion, among other things? But we made a lot of progress in trying to prove that it can be done. So, but I don't think we're close to PMF there. That's my 2 cents.
Oh, do I have to go?
You have to.
Yeah, I've written a lot recently about agentic payments. I think that's really obvious, but I don't know that there's like startups that need to get built for that to happen. Like the agents can just do it themselves. Yeah, well, I mean, I don't even know that Stripe is necessary in this whole story. Like the whole idea of agents is that they're generally intelligent. And if they're generally intelligent, they can use the same shit that we do. So I pointed out to somebody earlier, somebody was asking like, oh, how do you build like the version of Ethereum or the version of Bitcoin that's good for agents? And the reality is that if you go back in history, like the first version of Bitcoin was Bitcoin D, right? Which is just literally, it's like a little thing in the terminal where you like write, okay, I send from me to this person, 55,000 Satoshis, right? And like that's how people sent Bitcoin before they had nice little wallets, and the first Ethereum wallet was Mist. Before that, it was in a terminal. And that version of Ethereum, the first version of Ethereum we built, is exactly what agents are going to use. It's perfect for them. It's built in the terminal. It's not built as UI. So the reality is that everything in crypto is already perfectly formed to be ingested by agents and used in a native form factor. So I don't think there's like startups that you need to build for this to happen. I think the agents will just need to get smart enough, capable enough, low error rate enough to be able to do this, and then they'll just start doing it because people will just give their agent some crypto and say, hey, do shit while I'm asleep, and it'll be like, yeah, cool, I will. So in terms of like decentralized training, decentralized inference, I think it's obviously been a tough market. There hasn't been a lot of demand for the reason that I pointed out of like there's just not a lot of ideological users who care. Most people just care about efficiency and productivity. But the last thing I'll say is that I think this is a just-in-time assessment that we're making right now. So I've long said that like why does Bitcoin even exist? Why did we create Bitcoin? Like it's worth going back to first principles. Crypto was created because the people who tried to create decentralized money before Bitcoin got shut down. They weren't allowed to do what they were doing, right? So if you look at Liberty Reserve, you look at BitGold, all these things were not allowed to exist. And Satoshi decided the only way that I can do this is to make it decentralized. It's the only way I'm going to be allowed to do this, right? Today, if you want to just YOLO do some crazy shit, if you want to go make a pornographic model, if you want to go just steal a bunch of data and like train on it, nobody cares. Nobody will stop you. Clearly, the big labs are doing it. So yeah, nobody's going to stop you. There will come a day when people do stop you. This stuff is too important. It is too socially valuable. I mean, already right now, if you go to the largest country on earth, if you go to China, you are not allowed to use uncensored AI, right? If you go to China, if you want to release an AI product, there is a checklist of input-output pairs that your model has to obey about political questions, things that are about the CCP, that if you do not follow that, you're not allowed to release your application. This is going to, it's already starting to happen in Europe. You're going to see this increasingly around the world as this stuff starts to run countries, as it starts to run every important company, as it starts to run public utilities, as it starts to really become obvious to governments that this is the most powerful tool for social control ever invented. When that happens, you are going to see that your right to use your AI however you want is going to change. And that is when these kinds of technologies, things that create decentralized censorship resistance, that's when this stuff is really, really going to matter. Right now, it's abstract. Like right now, it's like somebody creating some weird thing before 2008, before the financial crisis, before the Fed stepped in, before all of this stuff happened. Somebody who created Bitcoin back then, nobody would have cared. Because people would have been like, well, what's wrong with money? I love money. I love central banks. I love all this stuff. It's only when the claws of the state start to dig into you that you realize like, oh man, I really wish there was an open weight model I could use that was as good as the big labs. But we're not there yet today. And it's very obvious to everybody that we're not there yet today. And that's why I think the crypto AI story doesn't resonate the way that it probably will 5 years into the future.
I can't think of a better way to end than with that. So thanks to Steve.
Thanks, everyone. I think that's it, right? That's it. Thanks, everybody. You're free to go.